Hello, good morning, everyone. Welcome. It's Jean Brittingham with Kept in Stitches. Welcome. Let me get my live up and going here. So I've got the chat on my other device. Good morning, Brenda Foley. Good morning, Polly O'Laughlin. Good morning, Laura Austin. Good morning, Laura Clark. Good morning, Darlene. And good morning, Debbie Williams and Sandra. Welcome. My early ones to get on. Okay, we're going to start. We are going to start the thing going by very quickly right here. Now I realize, which I am writing down names, by the way, real quickly, because some of you may remember what today is. So, welcome, Katie. Welcome, Tessa House. Welcome, Jean. Oh, welcome, Junebug. Which I might need your name, but I'll write that down for now. Welcome, Patty G. Goodness, I can't write that fast. Welcome, Teresa Louise. Okay, welcome. I think I said welcome, Debbie Williams already. Welcome, Carol. Carol, Rushow. That get the correct. And welcome, Deb Somerville. I believe that's it for right now. But I've got your names all written down. And I am going to fold them and put them in my large bucket sitting right here, so that you are all entered in for the giveaway that I am doing today. Welcome, Lori Clark. I think I already got you. I do. But they are going into my big bucket. And we'll get those all in there. And ready? Well, all of you are saying hello to each other. Been a busy morning getting ready out here. A busy night last night also. Welcome, Rita from Rita's Roost. Let me get your name down here also. Real quick. Okay, why did my chat just go away? The whole thing just went to a different screen. That's not nice. Get back on here. I have to find myself. Okay. Click back on there. Okay. Let me make sure where Rita's Roost is where I finished off. For some reason the whole chat just went away and I had to get it back on. When you filmed the quilt shop tour, there was fabric in the clearance section, but it wasn't on their website. Does that mean you have to call them? I'm not sure because I didn't ask that question, but yeah, I would give them a call and see if you are able to order that from them. That would be the easiest way to get an answer from that. It's probably because they don't keep it in their inventory system the same way they do their others, and that's probably why it doesn't show up on the website, is what I would guess. But okay, we also have Stair coming in. Let me get your name down. If you don't hear your name called, let me know. But I'm catching everybody and throwing you in my big bucket here as you come on. So and good morning, Christiana. Okay, get that spelled right. Gherardi. Okay. Just so you know, the physical, yeah, the envelope things and quilt and that, unfortunately, I won't be able to include those outside of the USA in that, but I am putting your names down because I may have something that when I pull those names that I may be able to do something else to be able to send you a little something. So I'm adding you in there anyway, just for that, just so that you know. Um, Welcome, Barb Olson. Got you in. Oh, thank you. I like turquoise, in case you didn't know, which I also have an antique turquoise necklace on that I got on one of my trips to Oklahoma to see my son. But thank you. I'm surprised you noticed that. Oh, but okay. So I have everyone down and in there. So far, I will get the other new ones as they pop in. But this morning we will be also starting on our embroidery stitch of the week, and we will also be doing the crochet stitch of the week. And just so you know, and I don't forget to remind everybody of this, I will not actually be teaching embroidery stitches. I mean, I will kind of be, showing how to do them, but it is just like a quilt along. It's for those that already know how to quilt, those that already know how to embroider, and the crochet for those that already know how to crochet. We will just be doing a stitch along in all of those, so that it's just something to work on together, and maybe challenge ourselves with a few new stitches along the way and everything like that. So, but I will be helping, but it is not intended to teach those that don't already have the basics of crochet and the basics of embroidery. Just wanted to get that point out there. And so, what is everybody doing this morning? Let's have a chance to just have a little coffee and a little bit of chat before we get started. I lived in Arizona as a kid and lived by the Navajo Reservation in northern Arizona. So, yeah, I love native turquoise jewelry. Yes, my husband has a beautiful, beautiful belt buckle that he was very lucky to purchase at a flea market. And it is real turquoise. It is real, I forget, bear claw. And there's a red stone in, I can't think of it right now, but he paid like $5 for it. And at that time, it was valued at about $80. So he got a good bargain on that. I'm sure it's worth more than that now, but yeah, and it was made by an Indian tribe. I can't say for sure which one right now, but yeah, he really lucked up on a good bargain there. Sorry, had to take a drink of coffee there, and I'm not used to it being on that side, but I had to have it out of the way so everything was handy and everything for me over here on my other side where I normally have my coffee. But yes, I love turquoise jewelry. Have not a lot of the real stuff, some of the fake, but yeah, love it. I've seen many pieces that I would love to have, but yeah, it's just a little bit on the pricey side. So, and welcome, Sarah's quilting journey. Welcome. And I know you are from Canada, but I am including you because I am going to try and come up with something for if I draw those names that aren't here in the USA to still be able to do something for you, possibly. That is the plan anyway. I will see what I can come up with. So your names are also going in my bucket. It'd be kind of like a separate little drawing for those that aren't in the USA is kind of what I have planned. So you're in there. If your name comes out, you will be the one that gets for the ones that aren't within the USA. And good morning, Barb. I've already got you right. Yes, good morning, Donna. And of course, if you do win, I do have an email that I use for YouTube and business outside of my personal email, and it's always included in the description box of my videos. It's not in this one yet because I don't put that information in until after the live is over, but it will be there after the live is over. So if you are a winner, you will need to contact me through my email. Just letting you know that's how that will work. So everyone is saying good morning to everyone. It's going to be a hot and muggy day here today, and I believe we are also supposed to get rain again. So I'm not going to complain about the rain right now. I'm happy for it because I have plants that need it. We have grass seed that needs it. So it's okay. As long as we don't get any storms along with it, I'm very happy. Happy to see that. And Debbie, I know you said something about you're in the dark there this morning. I don't know if you're out of power or what it was. I didn't catch that because it was scrolling by too quickly as I was trying to write down names too. So I'm sorry I missed that. But I think it had something to do with that. Correct me if I'm wrong. But okay. Yes, I'm doing my giveaway today. That was announced and how it was going to work in my other live. And that is why also any of you that came in, you may have noticed that I set the subscribers only to 5 hours that they have to be subscribed today, because of course, as you know, this live is actually 4 hours long. You can, pop in and out, but you will have to be present to win in the giveaway. But I did that because I didn't want any new people just popping on today. I wanted the giveaway to go to those that have been subscribers previous to this. And then those that are new subscribers, whatever that may just be, coming on today or right, this morning while I'm doing this, they will have an opportunity my next giveaway to be eligible for that. But this is a celebration of those that have gotten me to my first 500 subscribers, which as of this morning, when I last checked, I was at 530. But also, please, all of you that have popped in, if you would, I would really, really appreciate it if you would give me the thumbs up so that we have that also to help with the analytics and getting my videos out there from YouTube, showing them to everyone, including them in the algorithm of things and how that works. But that really does help. Also, any comments that you give after the live is over in the normal comment sections, that's always appreciated too. So just to get that business out of the way. Good morning, So Terry. Let's get you in here on the drawing also. Hope I don't miss anybody. I see Susan Gabriel also. Good morning, good morning. Had to finish cleaning up after the lottery of puppies. Did you have a bunch of puppies born? Is that what you are saying, Susan? I guess that would be a lottery. Oops. Yeah, I did write the correct last name there. Thought I switched down to somebody. Litter. Okay. Yeah. But that, hey, sometimes, a litter of puppies is just like hitting the lottery. So, okay. Okay. So welcome. And the prizes that I do have for the giveaway today, and the grand prize, which will remind you all of, is of course the quilt. That everyone will be eligible for that except the ones outside the USA. Sorry, but it is this quilt, and that will be at the end, and everybody's names will be thrown back in the drawing for that. the other prizes that I have for you today, as I watch and make sure I don't miss anyone, are actually grab bags. So you're not going to know exactly what you're getting, but I'll give you a little hint. Every one of these, I have 4 of them that I will be giving away today. Everyone has a pattern in them, and it also has some of the notions and tools that are some of my favorites that I use in my daily quilting, stitching life here in the stitching cottage. So all nice, good things, but it will be random. Just, picking up one of the envelopes, drawing the name, I'll drop it in there so I know which one goes to which, but they all basically are the same value and have a different pattern in each one of them. And then my favorite notions and that type of thing. Good things in there. The patterns are new, not used, just so that you know. And then also, there have been several that have shown that they are interested in the Over the River and Through the Woods that I mentioned that myself and a couple friends will be doing. So I have decided that I will be doing that as a quilt along. So if you purchase the pattern, and I've put that in previous ones, it's available on Amazon, but I do have 2 of them I will be giving away this morning. And I also will be including the Micron 01 in black marker with them. So that is what you need to transfer the embroidery. So I decided I'm going to include those in with the pattern as well. So 2 of you will be receiving that. As I pop that back in there. But that is what will be included in the giveaway this morning. And I want to thank all of you that have supported me, have subscribed, and got me to the 500 subscribers, as that was my goal. My goal isn't to get way up there. I mean, in subscribers, if that happens, that's fine. But when I started my YouTube channel, my goal was to get to 500 subscribers, and I have reached that. So I thank you all. Everything over that is, what do they call it? Icing on the cake. Oh, yes, that is a beautiful pattern, and it is not a difficult pattern. Sure, the embroidery, for some that don't embroider may be different, but you can always put something else in there if you want. But overall, it is basically an easy pattern for quilters. I would say, anyone from beginner to advanced would enjoy doing that pattern. Okay, can't wait to see the Over the River when you're done with it. Yes, it may take a while to get that one done because there is a lot of embroidery in it. I must say that, and it's going to take a while just to trace and transfer the embroidery onto the fabric, even to get started. So it will be one that is, we're starting in July, calling it Christmas in July. Well, I'm calling it Christmas in July. It's actually really, comes from Thanksgiving, but it's throughout that holiday season. So, I mean, yeah, we go over the river and through the woods on Christmas to our grandmother's house too. So, but when we decided, the friend and I, that I've had the pattern for a long time. They saw it, were interested in it, said, I'd like to do that. And then we were discussing, in our plans, what to do next. And it was mentioned that, I would like, okay, of course, we won't finish it in the month of July, but that is when we will start it. And I believe I did say July 10th is when we will actually start working on that in my group and on here on the Fridays when I go live during the longer segment. So that is the plan. Thank you, Patty G. Thumbs up. Don't forget those thumbs up. Okay, and as we go along, again, because I am by myself today because it is the giveaway and the stuff. If you have any questions, that you'd like to ask along the way, feel free to ask them, and I will do my best to you. But what I am going to do right now with those that I have in my bucket, and again, you do have to be here. Who would love have it finished by the end of July? LOL. Yeah, Debbie. I think that would be an all-nighter every day for the month of July to get that done. Well, and then I'm not so sure that we could get it done in 1 month, but you're not going to do the flowers in my wedding ring? Sandra Kay said she was getting it. That's right. I have decided, because of the reason that I got that pattern to begin with, it's kind of like, no, I don't have the heart to do it right now. I will do, something else, but I know that Sandra Kay is interested in that pattern. So yes, I will be sending that pattern off to Sandra so that she can enjoy doing that pattern instead. And I'm sure she will do a wonderful job. But so, okay. I will give, maybe about a minute. I'm going to pull a name, and you will need to say, I'm here. Thank you. Something, say, I'm here. Winner, chicken dinner. And it is Patty G. You are our early bird winner. And that is for, I'm sorry, I forgot to say what it was for, but that is for, since that's what we were talking about, one of the over the river and through the woods patterns and the micron pen. So, Patty G, are you still here? Let me know. You just said thumbs up, so I'm sure you are, but just to be official, woohoo, there she is. Okay. And I'm sticking your name in there so I know that goes to you. And again, you will just need to contact me through my email. That will be in the description box below after this live is over. It's also in every one of my other videos, so you can find that very easily. But you'll need to contact me with your address. I already have yours, Patty G, but just to be official, go ahead and send me that email anyway to remind me, in case. I'm going to toss that over there. So we have our first winner. Yay. Congratulations, Patty G. And Brenda Foley says, nice. Hope she can help me. Katie says, congrats, Patty. Everybody is congratulating you. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And I don't see any new names other than what I already have in my drawing. So with, I think, most of the rules and everything that I have already mentioned, and also in the live previously, we will go on to I think what we will start on this morning, and those of you that are doing the embroidery stitch along, I did in Tip Demo Tuesday show you how to prepare the grid and your stitchery fabric for doing that, which each week you will just use one of the grid sections, which I know that's hard to see on here because it's light, but there are a 2x4 section that you will be doing the weekly stitch in. So will be 26, we might as well say probably 27 stitches, because today's stitch of the week, okay, making sure that I check that to make sure nobody new pops in. But because we have the grid, and of course we want to also stitch our grid, we are going to be doing the back stitch, starting with a really easy stitch this week for everyone to do. And you will be stitching that back stitch on all your grid lines, the outline and every single grid line. So going to be back stitching. And of course, which I'm going to tilt that just a little bit more. We can cut off my head. That's okay. But when you start your back stitch on your line where you are starting, and I will say it, you can, I did put a link for this handbook, which is a really, really good one for those of you I know, that even know embroidery. It is a nice resource to just check back and see the stitches. And I will be kind of referring and referencing to this also for the stitches as we go. You can get it on Amazon. You can get it at different shop, and it has come out. It has more of a whiter cover on it now. They've got a newer print, but it is the exact same pamphlet. But it has a bunch of stitches and shows nicely how to do them, which this is the back stitch that we are doing today. And just a nice resource, and I will drop the link for that again in the description box below. I believe I put that out in a community post. I'm not exactly sure, but I know I dropped it somewhere, but we'll be dropping it again. I like how we say drop. I will be putting it in the description box so that you have it. But anyway, you come up in your fabric 1/8 of an inch, or there, you don't have to measure it exactly, but about 1/8 of an inch on your line away from the starting point, because you are going to be bringing that through, and then you are going back to the starting point and bringing your needle up then 1/8 of an inch from where you came up with your thread and pulling that through. And that is what forms your first stitch there and ready for the next stitch. And what you are going to do then is you are always going to work back into exactly where you went down with that previous stitch, and working again 1/8 of an inch away from where your thread is at the top of your fabric. And that is how you do a back stitch. I have a Sue Spargo book. Will that work? Yes, it will. She goes through a lot of stitches too. I also have a couple of her books. But anyway, like I said, I'm not really teaching. I'm just giving you what the stitch of the week is. And those of you that want to go along can work along on your project as we're chatting and everything throughout the week to have that and be able to comment on that. Those of you that are in my Facebook group can post pictures of your stitch as you go along. If you have questions, that type of thing. Possibly on some of my Tip Demo Tuesdays, I may, when I can have a better camera angle for you, show some of that in more detail. Not promising everyone will, but I will try and do my best to accommodate without actually totally teaching you. Like I said, it is for good morning, Christine. I know I don't have your name written down. Welcome, welcome. Today is the giveaway, so I'm writing your name down and putting you in my drawing for today, which that reminds me, Patty G, I put your slip in with the thing, so I'm going to write you down and set you off to the side again so that you are also in the drawing. I'll set those there that have to go back in. Have to remember to do that. So you will be in the drawing for the grand prize of the quilt as well. Won't work too well if your name's not in there for that, will it? Oh, working by yourself is so much fun at times, trying to keep everything going and everything in order and not forget anything. Sue Spargo lives up in northern Ohio. I can't remember the exact name of I'm going to pop this back. Well, no, we better leave it down there a little more while I'm working on it. Okay. But she she lives up closer to Lake Erie in Ohio, to where I think it's about 4 or 5 hour from me. But I would love to. That is where her shop is located. I would love to go to her shop someday. That is on my bucket list. But I'm afraid of the amount of money that may be spent if I am ever able to go to her shop. I would love to take one of her classes. But we shall see. It has been a long time since I did any embroidery. Will be nice to brush up on the stitches. Yeah, and it's fun to do. I like to be able to have different things. Those of us that do more than just quilting and do other stitching as well, it's always nice to, it keeps you from that burnout of getting, tired of one thing. It's like, okay, you can switch to your embroidery, your crochet, your cross stitch, any of those things, so that we always have a variety, and something always handy too for those more portable stitching things, for when we want to take something along easy, or just sit in front of the TV with something to do on our lap. If you're like me, your hands can never be idle. You have to be doing something. So yeah, embroidery and those type of things really come in handy then. Of course, if you're a hand quilter, you can have a quilt in your lap also. But yeah, keeps I'm trying to think of the word most call it, but sometimes you can get stuck in a rut, lose your mojo. I guess that's what I was looking for. And by having multiple types of projects, sometimes can help keep you on the track to always being excited about some type of stitching. Does the size of thread determine the length of a stitch? Not necessarily. It might. The size of your needle and the size of your thread may sometimes, on some people, make it harder for them to make a smaller stitch or whatever. But no, I'm using a size 12 pearl cotton with a size 7 embroidery needle, and I'm still able to make my stitches, you know, the small length. Now, of course, if you were going to do it with something like you know, a thin yarn or something, yes, that would definitely make a difference in your stitches. And that is usually more referred to as crewel embroidery instead. And yeah, that would definitely make your stitches, you would have to make them larger then. And what I'm going to do is I'm going all the way around that outer border section that we made, and then I will come down and do the straight, the vertical and horizontal grid lines. But I'm working my way all the way around the outside edge first. So hubby is always asking, can you not sit and watch TV without doing something? How can you do both? LOL. Yeah, I know. It's like, yeah, they have different kind of hobbies, I guess, that, they're not used to being able to sit in front of the yeah, in front of the TV and do, except now my husband will watch TV and be playing a game on his tablet at the same time. But yeah, they don't have except now, Brenda, I know that your husband also quilts. So I don't know if he does any handwork while watching TV. Those of you others that may have husbands in your lives that also quilt. I tried to get mine to try the long arm one time by, telling him it's just like a big scroll saw, but he wasn't quite interested. But it would have been nice to have two of us that could work on that, because there are many, many wonderful and talented male long armors and quilters. So exactly. Also distracts me so I'm not consumed by the storyline. Yes. I cannot just sit and not be doing something. My anxiety disorder will not allow me to. I think that is the situation for a lot of us. It's our therapy. It keeps us calm. I know there are some that that have more of a problem with the embroidery work and the small work or hand quilting, and say, oh, they don't have the patience for it. But for those of us that do enjoy it, it is very much so. And I mean, they use a different form, make crochet, and that type of thing, which is also therapeutic. Knitting is therapeutic. Every craft is very, very therapeutic. So, yeah. He has tied a quilt. He enjoyed that. Okay, Brenda. I was going to say something in it. Oh, I often tell people because I may be sitting in front of the TV because I like to, be in the same room and spend some time with my husband, and there will be something on the TV, a series or whatever, and I always, joke that, oh, well, I can listen to an entire year's series, of a program or however long they are on, and know every actor and actress by their voice, but not know what they look like. Because I am, doing something with my hands and paying attention to what I'm doing there and not really what the people on the screen look like. I'm just listening. Oh, I'm sure there are others that could probably say the same thing. One of my favorite pastimes is, hello, Kim. Let me make sure I have your name in the drawing. Gotcha. In the bucket you go. Stare says, one of my favorite pastimes is hand binding quilts while watching a good BritBox murder mystery. Okay, yeah, I love doing the backside of the bindings by hand. I have never in my 37 years of quilting, and someday I may try to come up with a close count of how many quilts I have made in that 37 years. I do have journals, so I could go back. Some may have been forgotten to be put in them, but someday I may go back and try and figure out what that number is. But I have never machine quilted a binding yet. So, is anybody working on anything and stitching along this morning as we are on here? Lori Clark says she is back. Welcome, welcome. Christine says, yes, didn't think of not knowing what actors look like. I've also found that I have listened from upstairs to an entire series and am befuddled when I tell hubby I've already watched it when he did. Yeah. Oh. I have a TV out here, and I'm not sure why, because I never turn it on. I do, okay, if we've got bad weather in the area, I will turn it on just so I know, okay, if all of a sudden we are under a watch or a warning that I'm not aware of, so that I can be prepared that way. But I don't even have music playing out here while I'm working, and I spend a lot of hours through the day out here, but I just like the peace and quiet and the calm of just being with my stitching and what I'm doing, and no noise in the background except what I hear from the birds and nature and everything outside. But that's just me. Oh, what did I miss that Rita Roos said? Something must have gone up quick. Did I miss something? I'm making a peanut butter cream. Oh, cheese pie. But listening to you, okay, that. My husband would like that very much. It does sound good. I know peanut butter pies are very, very popular. Just not something I can eat, but sounds really, really, really good. Good morning, Kim. And Katie says, I have never hand stitched a binding. Someday. Nothing wrong. We all have our own ways of doing stuff, and that is okay, whatever we are happy for. Polly O'Laughlin says, the Forever Cathedral Window Quilt. Okay, yeah, those do take a long time. And there's Kino No Show with her hands again, which is Darlene. Welcome, welcome. I have you already in there. There is our treasured home, Nancy. I don't have your name yet. Let me put you in. As well. Whoops. We don't need the extra paper behind your name there. But there you are, going in the bucket as well. Rita's Roost says, I do bindings both ways. If it's a kid's quilt that will get used heavily, I machine stitch the binding. I got quiet all of a sudden. That happens once in a while. I got to get quiet. Have to give the brain time to get moving again. But for those of you just popping on, we are working on our embroidery stitch of the day. Well, that is what I am working on, and any others that are doing that along with us, which are embroidery stitch of the week is the back stitch, and we are doing that on all the grid lines of our Stitchery Foundation that I showed how to get that ready in my tip demo Tuesday, this past Tuesday. So you can always refer back to that. I forgot to mention, I also did put, and I will show you that so you know what that looks like. I did make that in the form of a not a PDF. It's just a JPEG, a picture that is in the file section in my Facebook group that you can print out and have that information also, so that it gives you an idea of the instructions for how to do that. So that's available in my Facebook group. And of course, if you're not already in that, the link to that is always in the description box also. Not in this one right now, because I don't add that on a live until after the live is over, but it will be included in it after this. Teresa Louise, how are you in Brandon? I missed you last night. Yes, how are you doing? Hope you are both I know you have the trigger finger in your thumbs. I have that in this middle finger, which when I drink coffee, I have a metal cup, and it holding the handle, it will, get in the thing. And when it releases, it makes a ding because it's a metal cup. Sounds funny. It's like ringing the bell every time you set your coffee cup down. But they are not fun and can be very, very painful. So I am sorry that you are having issues with that, Teresa. Not fun at all. I actually, on this hand, had trigger finger in the middle. Yeah, it was the middle finger and the thumb, and I had surgery on that and had carpal tunnel surgery at the same time. It's not really, for me, I would say it's not that bad a surgery to go through. It's painful the day of and maybe one day after, but it's really quicker than what you expect that you recover from that and able to use your hands again. So don't be afraid of having the surgery done for it, is what I guess I would say. And Terry says, I am doing some clothing repairs for my daughter. Gave me a large bag full to work on. Thanks, daughter. Yeah. Oh, I always like when people find out that you quilt, they associate it with, all sewing, and then say, do you hem pants? And it's go, not other than for my husband. And he really has to, wait. And it's like, no, that's not what I like to do. So do you alter clothes? No. Not that I can't, but I'm not going to do that for others. Oh, Teresa Louise says, Kim Burris, I was too tired to come on last night. We are doing okay. Hope you are too. And there is Gisela. I'm going to put you in my out of USA drawing. So your name is getting, oops, just spelled that wrong. Gisela. So I am going to include you in the drawing. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Oops, I better put not out of state, out of USA. Yeah, no, you don't have to live in Ohio to be eligible. I kind of said that wrong, but and Laura is still here. Christine, hello to all my sewing friends. I'm going to miss someone if I list individually. Yeah, it's easy just to say hello, everyone. Okay, I am caught up. And I'm watching because I'll see how long I work on this, and then we'll go to a little later, we will go to the crochet. Yeah. We will go to the crochet stitch of the week. I am using black number 12 Valdani pearl cotton for my back stitch on my outlining of the grid. You can use whatever color you want. You can use whatever type of thread you like to use for your embroidery. It doesn't matter. Use what you are comfortable with, what you have on hand. No particulars on what you use. Kim says, we're still under heat advisory till tonight. Highs in upper 90s and heat indexes in triple digits. I have no problem staying inside. Oh, I can understand that. That would even be a little warm for me. I am someone that is cold all the time. So I'm not sure what our temperature is. It's only 74 right now, but it's going to get in the high 80s today and muggy because we do have high humidity here in Ohio. But I'm not really warm until it's in the 80s. So it's like I don't turn my air conditioner on out here until it really has been, like in the 90s for several days in a row, and it might get a little warm and need to turn it on. But other than that, I just open up the door, the windows, and have a fan on. I have 2 ceiling fans also. So that is plenty for me. Gisela says, and everyone I missed. But yeah, hopefully you are stitching along, since the intent and the name of my, stitch in chat is Quilting Stitching Bee. We can't be all sitting around together in person, but thanks to YouTube and the virtual world, we can come together that way. And we can be chatting and stitching along. There are some days that I will have pop-up stitching days in Zoom, and those of you that want to will be able to come. And if you're wanting to see each other in person, it will never be live. It will never be recorded. It will just be on Zoom, that you're in your own space at home, but will show up on a little box like this. You can come on and not turn your video on if you want, and just chat along, but we may be able to hear your voice when you're talking instead of in a live chat. But those will be some plans in the future too, so that we can all get together and stitch together in that format. I can tell when the temperature hits 74 and need cool air moving. Okay. Keep looking up at my clock up there, just kind of figuring in my head when I will have another drawing. Patty G won the first one for the early bird drawing. And you know in your embroidery, because I did just have a little bit of a crooked stitch, I do not take it out. I leave it in there. The perfection is only for one person in this world, and that's not me. So no matter how we would try to be perfect, we are never going to reach perfection. If it was, really, 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 really noticeable and a really bad mistake or something, yes, I would take it out. But those small ones add character and personality to your work. I leave them in there. And I'm looking for my little scissors. There they are. Came to the end of my thread, so it is 101 here, which here is in Louisiana. Gisela Jean, isn't it wonderful everywhere in the world? Yes, yes. Everywhere in the world, anybody in the world. Yes, that's the neat thing about Zoom and that type of thing. Anybody, you can meet people from all over and have a great time getting to know them better and stitching and chatting. It's awesome. I love it. And Christine Wolf says, yes, Gisela, I was thinking that last night, how I know people from all over yet feel as if they are visiting in person. Yeah. Not perfect, just forgiven. Correct, Rita. Very well said. And Christine says, Jean, I'm going to be using DMC floss. How many strands do I use for embroidery? I would use 2 for this, Christine. And Teresa says, hi, Rita's Roos. Kim Burrs, amen, Rita. Yes, she said that very well. Very well. Which for those of you that are doing this, you will have a couple extra because it being 26 weeks left in the year. You will have a couple extra grids left on your 2, because you have to do 2 of these to end up with enough, but you'll end up with a couple extras, and you can, save one of those for like your label signature, block, whatever you want to do to add your signature date and everything in there. And other, you can do something decorative or whatever you want in. So, or combine them both to use for your signature label block section, whatever you want to call it. Let's put it that way. But which is always nice to put in there so that we can document our work and have it. And this you can do whatever you want with it. I'm going to need to put my needle where I'm not going to lose it right now. But I did design it so that you will be able to put both of them together. The extra around it is so you'll be able to stitch, but you will be able to make it into a book form to where you would have 4 pages to your book. And you we'll be able to open it up, which it would actually be folded like this, of course, but the other one is going to be on it. And then you can make a cover also so that you will have a sampler of your stitches when we are finished with it. Lori Clark says her kitchen floor is done. Mine's not. Oh, the flooring throughout is the same throughout our house. right now. When we had it redone, I had them put the same flooring all throughout, and yes, it's not carpeted, so does need to be cleaned, all the floors right now. But that hopefully will happen tomorrow. Yeah, thumbs up for Lori. And let me look up here. There's a few watching that haven't given the thumbs up. If you want to remember and give that thumbs up, it would be much appreciated. It's different. It shows different on the other, but I'm pretty sure that the one that is on my laptop is the correct one. And I can't refresh without messing myself up on the other one. So I'm not even going to give that a try. Just Stare says, I think I'll teach my 2 granddaughters to stitch. They are 9 and 16 years and coming over to help clean my enclosed porch and 10 windows. Won't they be surprised when I hand them needle and thread? Yes, I think that is an awesome idea, Stare. No problem. No problem. It's easy to forget that thumbs up. That's usually the first thing I do on every video that I go in, because I know how easy it is to forget. So I try and as soon as I go in, I hit that thumbs up. But Christine says she will be right back. She has to go to the store with son. Okay. Everybody giving the thumbs up now. Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. But I need to get more thread. And of course, I always go an arm's length on the length of my thread. Any longer than that, and you end up getting tangles and knots in it. So you don't want it too long. I know it's nice not to have to thread your needle as often, but just saying, you go longer than that, and that's when you're going to have problems with getting those little twists and knots in there, because unfortunately, with the way that embroidery stitches are done, it does kind of turn our threads back and forth, and that's what every once in a while, you'll hold it down and let it untwirl, but that is how we get little unexpected knots that we don't like. Sometimes easy to get out, other times not. But yeah, we got just a little bit too long of an end on there than what I like, so I'm going to trim that off. And of course, on embroidery, you don't have to bury your thread, so you just make sure that your knot's always on the back side, which is the way you are working this stitch anyway. So very easy once you thread it to get back to where you are. We could have done a fancy stitch, on our grid work for this, but I think just keeping it simple for that and for being our first stitch is a good one. We can leave the fancy stitches for inside our grid sections where we can have more room to do them, and they will show up and stand out better. Can you tell me how you make the knot? Well, I guess I should have read that a little sooner. Let me take this stitch and I will go ahead, make a knot on the back, and I will show you that again. I do what is called a quilter's knot, but I will gladly tie this off on the back and do my knot again. Okay, and Giselle says, Jean, since I got an embroidery machine, I do not do hand embroidery. And I understand that. And there are a lot that have embroidery machines. I do not have an embroidery machine, And I probably will not ever have an embroidery machine because I love doing it by hand. But that's all a personal preference. Okay, whoops, I was going to do it without showing. What I do is I take the end, I mean, not where you've got the little part, because you're only using a single strand on this. So not the little short one that you leave, but the very end of it. I lay it across. If I put it there, I'm trying to get where you can, there it shows up. I lay it across my needle and pinch it with my thumb and my index finger. And for this, I only wrap it around my needle once, bring it down to the end, hold that between your thumb and your finger where you're holding that, and you just slide it all the way down, holding it to the end, and you end up with a very nice, I think you can see it there, a very nice, perfect little knot. That's not going to come through. Sometimes you'll end up with a little longer end on there, and that's when I trimmed it because I don't want that thread that's beyond my knot to be too long. But this one came out just right. So that is how I do my knot. You should have typed faster. I like that. Oh, Lori Clark says she will be right back. Pup time. Okay. You are very welcome, Sandra. Yeah, I sometimes forget that a lot of people don't know what is called the quilter's knot, which comes in handy for a lot of things that are done by hand. So that is how it is done. And if you are doing things that need a bigger, you just do, a couple wraps on it instead for loose work or whatever. If you are using DMC floss and it calls for 2 strands, keep in mind that you can use 1 strand, and when you thread it, I'm trying to think how to do this without it in my hand. I will have to demonstrate that at some point in time, but you do it so that you're going through the loop on the back, and that makes your knot. And then you don't have to have, a double strand. You're actually using a longer, starting it off with 1 strand. You don't have to tie a knot or hold it behind you that way. And I will show that some future because I can't think how to explain that correctly without actually having it in my hand, because in my head, I can't think how I do it. It's like, okay, do it by hand, without thinking, but I can't think in my head how to describe right now how that is done. If I had it, I could show you very quickly and easily, and I will remember to do that at a later time. Is it kind of like rolling it on your finger and knotting it? A lot of people do it that way. I just find it easier to lay it across the needle, pinch it, and go all the way down. Sometimes it can be hard according to the humidity or whatever it is to get that to come off your finger just so, but both ways work well. It's all a preference thing and what you're used to. But the way that I did it is just referred to as a quilter's knot. Before I knew the quilter's knot, I did it exactly how you're saying, Rita, was rolling it on your finger and knotting it. But since I learned the quilter's knot, I have always used a quilter's knot instead. I guess for me, it's more control of the size of the knot because you can do it by the number of wraps more easily than rolling it on the finger. This is the only difference I would say there really is to it. My knots come out more consistently using the quilter's knot. Yeah, I would agree with that. Polly says, my Bernina has an embroidery module. When I have my machine set up for embroidery, then I'll do 2-3 days of machine embroidery, but I also love to do hand embroidery. Yes, I find that a lot. Love to do both. Mary says, I just learned to loop knot recently when doing cross stitch, but I experimented with it for embroidery and it works very well. Yes, it does. I will have to practice the quilter's knot. Yeah, I think you will find that you really, really like it. It's more of a controlled knot, I guess I would call it, than the rolling on the end of the finger. But hey, when you've been rolling it on your finger for years and years and years, you're used to that, and you can, get it really good the way that you want it that way too. There is no wrong or right in most stitching. There is her way, your way, and my way. If that made any sense. Oh. And Polly says, thinking of that, I do need to design Christmas ornaments for all the grandkids. That sounds interesting. How many grandkids do you have, Polly? I have done Christmas stockings for mine. I haven't done ornaments, but I did have intentions of doing ornaments for everyone in the family last year, but I did not get around to that. One of these years. I have a really neat pattern book for wool applique and stitching for ornaments that are really cute. And that was my intentions last year, but I guess I was too busy with everything else that was going on, and I did not get that done. There's June. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Let me get your name in our drawing this morning. Gotcha. Always says, but you do you. Yes, you do you. Whatever you are comfortable with is. I'm going to say I have my phone on Do Not Disturb, but my watch was telling me that I have a call. So I'm sorry. Look to see if it was something that I actually needed to answer or not, but it's not a number I recognize. So if it's important, they'll leave a message. Yep. Everyone has their own creative license to do what they wish. And I have no problem as we do our embroidery stitch along. If it's a stitch you don't want to do and you want to do an alternative stitch, that is just fine. It's just a suggestion, and it's like, it's, some of it is okay. It's a challenge. Maybe if it's a stitch you haven't done before, to give it a try and challenge yourself with it. But if you decide, no, I don't want to do that stitch, it's perfectly fine to do a different one. Not that it might not come up later in one of the weeks for the stitch of the week, but that's okay. That's okay. Can we learn new tricks? We can learn new tricks, sometimes harder as I get older. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. And I see that I am going to put my needle in there, and we are going to go ahead and draw for one of the grab bags right now. So, and like I said, the patterns are random in it. Most of the stuff that are the notions that I use most or are my favorites. Notions, tools, that type of thing. That is what you will find in here, but it will be a mystery. It will be a surprise to whoever wins. But some nice little items in here. Nothing that it's all new. Patterns are new, never been used. Nothing in it is anything that has been used. So they are nice little grab bags. But so I am going to shake these up again, mix them up a little. It's a little bit big to shake right now. This is my snack bucket, by the way. I keep snacks for myself and those that come out here in there. But we have one. Let's see who our winner is. And the winner is Stare. And I do see that you are here, but to make it official, go ahead and say, I'm here, woohoo, whatever you want to. But Stare, you are the winner. I'm going to write that down on another piece of paper so I still have the one to put you back in. As soon as you say, woohoo, say, I'm here, Stare. I'm waiting on you. Everybody's congratulating you, but we need you to say, I'm here. There you are. Okay, now I will officially write you down on here. And I will drop this one back over to add to the grant. And I'm just going to slide that in there so I know who that goes to and get it off to the mail to you. And again, if you are a winner, you will need to contact me by email so that I can get your address and everything to get that in the mail and send it off. Congratulations. I hope you enjoy what is in there. Like I said, some of it is my favorite things that I use on a pretty much a daily basis in my stitching cottage. So just sharing that way also. If it's something that you haven't used, you may find out, oh, that's a fun item to use. And we just got a little, my other thread went through on the back there, wasn't coming through. And as my mind got quiet, sometimes it gets hard to keep filling the conversation by yourself. And that's why there will be times when when I do that, it will be streamed from Zoom to YouTube so that I can bring up special guests along with. At times I will have somebody on that I will be interviewing. At times there will be collaborations of doing things together with someone else. But when you're on all by yourself, it can be a little difficult to keep track with the chat as it is scrolling by, to concentrate on what you are actually doing as stitching right now. But it's an easy stitch, so that's not too hard. But just so you know, when all of a sudden I may go quiet, is because it can be difficult to fill the entire time with conversation. I know that you guys are with me in the chat, but it can be hard to keep that conversation going all by yourself. It's hard enough to do it for 1 hour, let alone the 4 hours, because of the format. Just to be able to get more things done is why it's a longer one, and the doing the things new. A little bit of demonstration and teaching included in it, and that, but always trying to be informative and on a topic of either quilting or some form of stitching or whatever. So that's why the longer format. And of course, when I have guests and stuff on, it will fill that time a lot more quickly. Kim, Kim, Kim. There is Kim. Kim, Kim, Kim. Kim. Were you on earlier, Kim? It seems to me I remember writing your name down. I should have written them down on another, but that would have taken even more time by myself to write them down. Let me know if you were on earlier, Kim, that I already have your name in here. But I believe I do. Yes. Okay. I thought so. I didn't think I had missed anyone. But Linda is here. Welcome, welcome, Linda. I was going to say I need to grab another. I have these all with little clips on them. So I was trying to keep track of the number, but that I'm not going to be able to do. But we will add you, Linda. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yes, there is a cool. I do have a lighted needle threader. I have one of those. And they are nice. They also have one with a little magnifying glass. So those are neat too for those of us that have trouble with the seeing and that. So it lights up and has the magnifying glass on a needle threader. So that definitely comes in handy. Now, sometimes, like on big stitch quilting where I'm using the crochet thread, it has a tendency to want to break some needle threaders. And so I don't break my good ones. I will use the cheaper needle threaders on that because I don't want to be breaking when it's hard to get through the needle. I don't want to be breaking my good needle threaders. So just a little tip there on that. Which Christine is back, yes. Flip a switch and voila, light made by Dritz, yes. If it wasn't that I'd have to go over there and kind of dig through my little bowl in my hand quilting station over there, I would show it to you. Now I do have, make sure it's not in here, but I'm not sure. Nope, it's not. But I have a cute, I'll have to show you. I have a cute little strawberry. You can't see the end on it. It's not, get it in the right light. It's not showing, but this is a needle threader. It's a cute little strawberry with the needle threader on the end. But that's in there. That's not the one I'm using right now. I'm using one of the a bent up cheapy one. It's like, oh, but that's funny. And then I do have another one, and it's made by Clover when I'm doing wool applique and stuff with the thicker Valdani thread sometimes or whatever. That's got a bigger eye needle. It won't go through the smaller ones, but it's made more for when you're using a bigger eye needle. So yeah, I have several different types of needle threaders. I collect needle minders. I guess you could say I collect needle threaders too, but I need to get a magnetic board to start displaying my needle minders on. I use them also, but I mean, you can only use, one at a time, or you have one on several projects that you're working on at a time. But it would be cute to have a display out here of my collection of needle minders. Sharon J. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Getting your name written down and in my bucket for our drawings today. It's working well. Not a really fast speed going by, so it's going well for not missing people as they pop on. So I get you in the drawing. Do you know where to get those magnetic boards to display needle minders? I know that Beverly McCullough has one because she is a designer of a lot of needle minders. I have a lot of hers. She has one on her website. I'm thinking Lori Holt may have one also, but you can use any magnetic board, you know, and decorate it up how you want. So anything that is magnetic you can use to display your needle minders. But yeah, if you want a special one or whatever, that's two places that I know of. Other than that, not familiar with, but you are welcome, Donna. And I can drop Beverly McCullough's link if I remember. You like that? If I remember, I will try to remember. I should write to myself a note. You like that? As I look around to see where I've got a scrap of paper, I will write that down. Oops, as I write it wrong. It's Bev McCullough. I'm not going to write it right, but I'll know what it is. I'm writing myself a note, so I will include that link in the description box. Got it. Got it. Dollar Tree has some metal blanks that have a chain attached. Someone sent two to Pat Sloan and she hung them on the wall. Yes, I have one. Well, I've got a white one that is back there by my other desk. That would work very well as well. I'm just saying you can get any magnetic board any place. It would be cute to decorate up your own in some way and then use it as your display for needle minders. And some of your fancy little magnets that you also get that are quilt related would be cute to combine in. Whoa, that stitch got a little long, but we're not taking it out. We're leaving it there. I will have to check there. Thank you, Susan. Yes. When you see me look that direction, I do have a just to explain, because there is often, you may see me reach up sometimes. Those of you that aren't aware, I am the sole caregiver for my husband, and I do have a monitor that I have a camera in the two rooms he is in most frequently in the house, so that when I'm out here, I can see if there is an issue or anything that I need to go in and take care of. So that's what you will see me on any lives and anything that I'm on. Sometimes I'm getting up close because something may look like, okay, do I need to run in there and check and do anything? So just to make you aware of that, because sometimes it can be, well, what is she doing? And that's what I'm doing. Sometimes I will jokingly refer to it as my spy cam, but that's not what it is. It's just more for my peace of mind to know that I can see and be aware if there is an issue or anything while I'm out here, especially in the evenings. It comes during the day I'm in and out a lot more, but in the evening I don't go in as frequently, so it gives me peace of mind. Sure, Christine, no problem. You can put a link on my Facebook page. I would welcome it. Thank you. Thank you. I'm pretty sure it will allow you to put a link. I don't know if it doesn't go through. I don't know if I have any settings set that somebody else can't put a link. So you wouldn't be able to put a link in here. You have to be a monitor to put a link in the live chat on a YouTube video. But I don't think I have anything set that you aren't able to drop a link in my Facebook group page. Just always know that because the settings of the Facebook group are set as private, if you try to share anything from there to another page, it will show up as, attachment doesn't show or whatever, because you can't share something from a private group or page to another page. It won't allow you to. Any of you that may not be aware of that or whatever. So I understand about that. Yes, Nancy. I am a caregiver to my husband and have a camera set up too. Yep. I was very glad because, sometimes they can, they may think, but he was very agreeable to having that done. So I'm glad. Gives us both peace of mind. I think I can get a couple more in there. Never let your thread get too short that you can't get that knot on the back before you're done. That's a headache in itself. So, but I think I can get a couple more before I have to tie that knot. It was a link for where display magnetic board can be for a needle minder. So yeah, no, not a link that we need in here. Christine's going to post it in my Facebook page. But thank you, Teresa Louise. Yes. It just dawned on me in a conversation one evening with somebody else. It was like, a light bulb going on. It's like, oh, I could get, a baby monitor, which is what it is, and set it up so that I have the one to view out here. And then I got one that comes with 2 cameras. You can get them with more, but the 2 seems to be okay for now. So I have it set up in the room where he sits and watches TV, and then in his room where he has his computer and everything, and goes in the rest of the time. And of course, the bed that he takes a nap and everything in. So I have it in those 2 rooms. If I don't find him for a while in either one of them, I will go in and find out where he is and what's going on, which a lot of times he will be in his workshop out back. So the first time that was, I said, well, maybe we need a 3rd camera. Just joking, but it was funny because as I was walking in to check, he was walking out of his workshop. And then, of course, when I fell backing out of the flower bed, he says, well, maybe we need a camera for you. You can only have so many cameras. Things are going to happen. But yes, it does give a very, very good peace of mind and comes in handy because if there is something, there are things, noises or whatever, I immediately go in and check. So I know that if there was something, yes, it does work very well. And I would be there very quickly if there was an issue. And I just saw, don't go up too fast. Okay. I saw 2 more that I need to, three more. We've got Charlotte. Welcome, Charlotte. Good morning. I'm adding the names as you come on into the drawing. So that is going in my bucket. And I also see Shirley from Around to It. I'm adding you. And I saw another one, Kelly's Cruises. So we will get you added in the bucket for the drawings for the giveaway in celebration of reaching my 500 a while back. But just a couple weeks, I guess it was. It was actually June 13th, my birthday, when I reached the 500. Kell. Okay, caught up. I have you. in there as well. Right now, we are working on the embroidery stitch of the week for the new ones that popped on, and it is just a simple back stitch to where we are back stitching all the grid lines on our stitchery fabric, which my thread is short enough now. I need to get that knot and start a new one. But that's what we are working on right now for those that are doing that little stitch along. We'll be doing the crochet stitch of the week a little bit later. And I guess I did forget to say, we are also doing the block of the month. And that will be next week, since will be the first Friday in July. That is when I will give what the block of the month is for those that are wanting to do quilt along with that. But yeah, that's what I've got. That's what I've gotten done so far. And have all those other ones that we'll be doing, and that will give you plenty to work on for the excuse me, sorry, for the week. And then we'll be adding a different stitch next week in one of the little 2x4 sections that we have set up for each week for 26 weeks. Because that is from when we started, that was the number of weeks left in the year. So that's what I went with. Those that want to, we may continue with something, embroidery related into 2024, but this is what we'll work on for now together on Fridays anyhow during this time. And sorry if, I'm repeating, but there are new people coming in that haven't heard. So some things will repeat so they know what is going on and what we are doing presently. Presently doing. I've got everything set up off to the side here. It's like my coffee cup was behind that bucket, and that's why I moved it over to here, because I thought, no, I don't need to set that bucket down, and bloop, there goes my coffee all over everything and on the floor. So, okay, I believe that I am caught up. Shows go down. I must have been missing something. Christine says, as a funny, when my grandkids were here for the week, I plugged in the monitor that had the red light button, not the sound. I heard one of them say, "Don't do that. Grandma can hear you." Yeah. Yeah. What's the only bad part about, on my end, being able to push, I can hear, him all the time and all the noises and or whatever, and unless when I'm out here on a live, which right now I have the sound turned down so that you aren't hearing his TV or music or whatever in the background. So I have that turned down, but I can basically hear him. It took him a while to know that, okay, yes, I can hear him all the time. But for me, if he says hello or whatever into it because he needs something, that I have to push the mic button to speak back to him. So if he's not up there by it, you can't really hear what the other person is saying. But so it doesn't pick up real well, for that part across the room. But when he can't hear me, I just get up and go in instead and let him know what I was trying to say. She says, I can chat briefly while hubby is watering. Okay, Kelly. And Rita says, I am going to leave you playing, but I am going to get 2-year-old granddaughter. She usually wants me to put phone down. LOL. Okay, Rita, if you get a chance to pop back in so you can still, and especially, closer to the end, I will say for the grand prize giveaway, be sure and pop in whenever you can. I want you to be eligible for the drawings also. So just saying, whatever, however works for you. LOL, Ruth, that kiddo. And I missed We have to start loading the trailer soon, so can't stay long. Oh, okay. So you are going, when you say trailer, are you going somewhere camping, Kelly? Why do you outline the grid lines? Do I need to go back to another video? Have an embroidered only cross stitch. It's because it's for a stitch of the week. So it is sections to be able to be doing the embroidery stitch of the week within that section on the grid. So there's 26 sections to be doing. I mean, you wouldn't have to do it this way. This is just a suggestion in a way that I'm going to be doing it, and it makes it easy, and it will end up being, a little, it can be a little book when it's done to open up, and it's, a little book of a sampler of your embroidery stitches, and each stitch has its own little section that way. So the first stitch is just going ahead and doing the back stitch to outline all the grid lines, so they're all sectioned off for the stitches that we will be including within those sections then as we go. I hope that explained it. Just a suggestion. You can do it however you want. What is the thread count? This is just regular quilter's cotton. Mine is, this is not muslin. It may look like it's muslin, but it's a 100% quilter's quality from a quilt shop out of my stash fabric that I cut to the size that I came up with that made a good grid size for this. So, and you can find on the this week's, sorry, we're still in this week, Tuesday's Tip Demo Tuesday, I went over and showed how I did this. And then also in the Facebook group, I made it so that you can download all the instructions for that or save it as a file. You don't have to, download, you don't have to print it out or anything, however you use it, but that is available in there to be able to print out or just click on and have it up and use the directions for that. But that is all there. Either way, you can find it. Okay, going to search my stash for vinyls to make myself a new bag for every day. That sounds awesome, Terry. What is the drawing about, Jean? It is because on June 13th, I did reach 500 subscribers. I believe this morning I was at 530. But so, yes, today is the day that it took time to get things together and everything for what I decided to use for prizes for the giveaway. So today is the giveaway, which that was announced in last week's, the same time frame. Last week's live, all the information and everything for that. And that is also why if you came in and you saw that the, which I realize that I'm in Top Chat, but it doesn't matter on there because I'm reading from here anyway. But the subscriber thing for having to, I always set that you have to be a subscriber for my lives. It's usually 5 minutes, but it is set to 5 hours today because this is a 4-hour live. And that way it keeps ones that haven't been subscribed for a while from popping in. They will be able to be in any future, of course, giveaways, but wanted to keep those for that. That was, the first right around, 500. That got me to that 500 mark. So that's why it is set at that today. I hope that answered your question. I'm listening, but I have to put courtesy hold on a cruise on fur clients. Okay. Thank you, Christine. And Tracy says, oh, how fun. I can't wait to see this embroidery technique. I bet it's going to be pretty. Yep, it's just, it's not teaching embroidery. And on the crochet stitch of the week, I'm not teaching you to crochet. It's for those that already have the basic knowledge of crochet, the basic knowledge of embroidery. It's just the same as, quilters that do a quilt along. When you're doing a quilt along, you have the basic knowledge of quilting and you're just working on the same thing along. So it will be, a different stitch every week. It may be a stitch you haven't done before and everything, but there is a reference book if you want to get it that you can reference and will also help you with your stitching. And I did put a link to that. I believe it was in the community post, but also it would have been in my Facebook group if not. But I will also put that in the description box below this after the live is over. So there will be a link to, you can get it on Amazon, but I will show, put that information there. And then the crocheting, it'll be a different stitch to where you can make, and it will be row by row. It won't be form of any squares or anything like that. You can make it any width, any length. Well, it'll come out to how many, rows of the stitches that we do, but you can make that any width that you want to work on using any yarn or anything that you want. We'll be getting to that a little later today. Right now doing the embroidery, but I do plan on working on the crochet and showing you the crochet stitch of the week also. But that you can use, of course, your hook size will be according to whatever yarn that you decide to use. And you just need to look on your yarn label and it will tell you the suggested hook for that. Of course, if you're a tight, if you're a tight crocheter or if you're a loose crocheter, you might have to adjust your crochet hook up a size or down a size. But if you know the basics, you're already aware of that. So just to let you know, it is not a teaching those that don't know how to crochet or don't know how to embroider. It's just a stitch along with that same format. And there will also be a block of the month for quilting, and that will start the first Friday of next month. I hope I explained all those fairly well. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Kim. Yes, 500 goal. So, like I said earlier, anything over that is just icing on the cake. When I started my channel, and it was basically because of the Facebook group and needing to do some videos for that, and decided that it was a lot easier to do them on YouTube than it was the format that Facebook uses. And that is why I started the YouTube channel. It is branched out to still being a lot about the Facebook group, but also other things that those that aren't in may be interested and have a good time watching and maybe pick up a tip or two along the way or learn something new or just enjoy following along. So that is how my YouTube channel became about. And it was February 14th was my first video on YouTube. So it was one day less than 4 months when I hit the 500 subscribers. I saw those two hands and thought it was around to it, but thought it was Kino No Show because she also does that, but it is Shirley with a round to it that does that quite frequently too. I think Kino No Show usually does the 3 pink hands waving, but it's funny how certain people have their little things, so we learn what it is. And Tracy says, yes, that makes perfect sense. I love this. I'm looking forward to watching. Thank you, Tracy. I try to have a little bit for everyone, and because I'm not just a quilter, I do all kinds of stitching, and that is why my name is Kept in Stitches, because it encompasses all forms of stitching. Yes, mainly quilting, but throwing in the other stitches and the other things that I enjoy doing also, and I know a lot of others enjoy doing, which I have had the name, though, however, Kept in Stitches for a long time, because I came up with that because I always wanted to have my own quilt shop. So that is how I came up with that name, because if I ever did, that is what it would have been named. And I am an LLC. I have the official paperwork and everything with the state of Ohio. So it is registered, and I am actually Kept in Stitches, LLC. So if I ever come across the right thing, I'm all ready to go and everything and open up or do whatever I want, and also work from my stitching cottage here in my backyard. However, I'm not presently doing that, just so you know. I found you through Teresa Louise. Yes. which okay, now we're scrolling too fast. Which, yes, way back when I first started, Teresa Louise was one that I was on one of her lives. I'm not sure. I mean, just, she popped up and I was watching, and she helped get me to my first 100 subscribers. So awesome, awesome. Teresa Louise is wonderful with helping everyone, and especially new and upcoming content creators on YouTube. She's awesome for that, and I totally appreciate that and always remember that day on YouTube. How are you feeling, Shirley? Kim is asking. Let me quick go down here and Polly says, yep, I like quilting garments, sewing, crocheting, knitting, chatting, hand embroidery, machine embroidery, just got anything to do with thread and needles. I even learned how to finger loop braiding. Yes, there is a lot of that. That's very popular, especially with some of the younger ones and using the bigger yarns and everything. Making sure I'm not missing. Jean, I found you through Teresa Louise too. Okay, I am thoroughly enjoying your videos. I believe that it's supposed to say. I try and read between the letters and the lines sometimes. And there is Gladys. Welcome, welcome. Let me get I don't want to write on my fabric here. Let me get your name in the drawing, Gladys. Okay, I have got it. You are in the bucket. Big bucket. We actually really filled this bucket up with the names. Boy, wouldn't that be awesome? I don't have 500. I mean, I have quite a few, but I don't have 500 of these pre-cut, but I do have a lot pre-cut because you never know how many we're going to show up. So trying to be ready. Okay. And I'm trying to decide. I think I'm going to go on, can come back to this. Where did I put my needle? There it is. Don't want to lose it. Of course, I should have a needle minder on here, but I hadn't gotten that far yet. So I'm going to stick it in my fabric there instead so I don't lose it. And I'm going to set this out of the way for a bit. Like I said, I may return to it. Return to it sounded like a round to it there for a minute. But we will go on to the, where's my end? We lost the end to my yarn. It was just laying here. I must have picked it up and laid it all on top of it. So, okay, we will get to my end. The long way. It's like, where did you go? There it is. It was down between the edge of the desk and the basket that I have sitting here. That's funny. I'm a Teresa Louise. I think that probably says crossover 2 or something like that. Stare. That's awesome. I love how so, it is an awesome, I like to call it community family. Oops, shouldn't be doing that yet. I get to talking and forget that I'm supposed to be saying what I'm doing before I do it. But yeah. But I love that so many, and especially in the quilting community, that we are truly very, very giving, kind, sharing group of people. And I love that it is such a great family community that we all feel connected. And I see that Mama Hardin is here. Hello, hello. Scott here. Mama Hardin, I've got your name down. And we are having a giveaway today for celebration of the 500 subscribers. And you are going in the bucket as well. which, as I said this morning when I checked, I was at 530. So moving on up. But that's also put, yes, I put a link. If you go back up to the top of this, and I will also add the link in the description box, but if you need it, I did put a link to a YouTube video that shows in closer detail the crochet stitch of the week, which is a foundation single crochet. I like using foundation. You can use it for single crochet, half double crochet, double crochet, treble crochet, instead of the chain and then going back and working your stitch in it. You can do both of those in one step. So for our sample row to row afghan that we will be making with our crochet stitch of the week, we are going to start out with a foundation single crochet. So that is the stitch of the week for this week in those that are going to stitch along with the crocheting. And like I said, I will be doing it, but you can make it whatever width that you want to work with, whatever yarn that you want to work with. I am using a heavier weight yarn and a bigger hook, which these are not the hooks I normally work with. I misplaced my favorite hooks, wasn't able to find them. So these are some I used to use, so using it. But it's good for arthritic hands is why that I have them. But I'm a crossover from Rita's Roost. Yes, I see you there often, Charlotte. And I found you by watching Marie's Scrappy Creations. I know that goes back to the very, 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 very beginning. That sounded like a song from Sound of Music. But yes. And Susan says she stumbled across me when you were teaching how to make yo-yos. Yes, that was one of my very first Tip Demo Tuesdays. I've been here ever since. I'm not always on a live, but I watch your videos. Yes, and I appreciate that very much. Very much. A great diversity of quilters and stitchers, I must say. It's awesome. It's awesome. But anyway, I'm just doing my right now, however you do your slip knot to get, it started and on your hook. That's what I'm doing. My old and trusted method, which I'm having a problem with now because of my trigger finger and holding that down as well, but I wrap it around my thumb. I stick my hook in the loop, and then the part that you're holding down here, you just catch and bring it right through. Take your thumb out and pull it, and there's my slip knot to get it onto my hook. That's how I do it, but there's several ways to do that. So, and Tracy says, I agree, Jean. This quilting crafts community is a very important part of my everyday life. It also makes me happy. Yes, yes. And there are a lot of us that, are home alone during the day, and it's a great way to be able to share and enjoy in quilting and stitching and whatever craft with others. And Junebug says you were a suggestion from YouTube. Okay. Nice to know that works once in a while too. And Kim says busy digging through deep freeze, but listening. Okay. Well, that's one way to cool off if it's hot by where you are. Okay, so I'm going to go on and explain. I know I won't be able to show you because of how I have to go live. Won't be able to show you real great and close up. That's why I dropped a link up above. If you go all the way up when I welcomed everyone coming to this live, there is a link for a video that shows close up what this stitch is that you can watch. And it's actually one that I watched in the very beginning when I first was learning how to do foundation stitches. And that is the one that I watched to be able to do it. But this is the single crochet foundation stitch, which is foundation single crochet. And you start out by just making 2 chains. And then you are going to go in the little hole so that you have 2 of the loops on top of the hook, only 1 underneath in that first one. You're going to stick your hook in there. And you want to do this kind of loose, or you're not going to be able to get it. And then, of course, you're going to catch your yarn, bring it through to where you have 2 loops on your hook. You're going to yarn over, and you're going to go through just one of those loops. What that is doing, it is making the chain stitch of what would be your chain stitch row if you were doing it, the whole chain stitch. Then you are going to yarn over and go through 2, and that has now made your single crochet. So you are effectively doing both in one. So you're doing your chain that you would normally do, and you're doing your first row of single crochet that you would do in that chain as your first row otherwise. The advantage that I would say, and I'm going to go on and show you this a little bit more, but the advantage to doing a foundation single crochet is a lot of times, especially if it's a long chain, keeping that chain going all the same direction, not twisting someplace, throughout you, is hard to do at times. This way, it's all done. It doesn't twist and turn on you, which the one thing that, and after I get a couple more in, I will do, but I always put a stitch marker on what is the right side of my work. So I never get confused on the right side and the wrong side, which I'll do after I get a couple more stitches made. But it's a great way of just making sure I'm not missing something in the chat. Sorry. But it is a great way of not having that problem also. But so now you are going to turn, because you on the first one is the only one that you did the chain to, and that's just to get started. Now you are going to go in that chain section of what you just did. And again, you're going to make sure that you go through that. And you're catching, whoops. You like that? Whoops. Get that back down there where it belongs. So I'm going in the correct stitch here. But you're going through the top 2 loops. Again, you're going to catch it, come through. You're going to do going through 1 loop first. That makes the chain. And then you're going through 2. That makes your single crochet. To where that's the wrong side you're looking at. But you're not going to be able to see that too great, but you're making your single crochet stitches as you go along. So it's really easy. You just get a rhythm. I'm going through those 2 right there. There's only 2 of the stitches from that chain one that you did on the bottom. It's kind of like finding that hole, bringing it up. Going to go through the 1, and then you're going to go through the 2. And you will do that. It's really easy to count your stitches this way. We've done 3. Easy to stitch. And before I go any farther, just in case it gets turned over or anything, I put a stitch marker right through. So I have the right side, what will be the right side of my work, marked with a stitch marker. So I always know which is the right side and which is the wrong side. I love that, says Nancy. Nancy does a lot of crocheting. So, and Mama Harden says, that sounds good. I like crocheting, but need to finish my cross-stitch butterflies first. Yes. I love people that can concentrate on one project at a time. I always have multiples, but this is very, very easy, very quick to get your foundation row ready for whatever the next row is going to be. It is also one that is very, very commonly used if you are crocheting a garment of any kind, because it just makes a nicer finished edge. You don't have that tight, how those that crochet know that first chain row, when you do it that way, can have a tendency to be tighter than the rest of the work. This is a lot stretchier, leaves a real nice finished edge on that bottom. So it just looks a whole lot neater. And it's, once you get used to doing this, it is a lot quicker method to get your foundation started and ready for the rest of your stitching. Of course, there are times that this will not work. Like if you're doing a fancy stitch for that very first row, you will have to kind of rethink, because you've already done what they are going to call your first row. So you have to think of that as going on to the second row to start start that decorative stitching. And sometimes it's doable. You can adapt to do that. Sometimes you won't be able to, and you won't be able to use the foundation stitch in that. You will have to do your chain stitch and go on like that. But for what we are doing, we will be able to do it, because I will make sure that the next row stitch is one that works this way and not skipping stitches and that type of thing to make a decorative first row. I have crocheted for 60 years and never saw that done. Thank you. Yeah, I crocheted for a long time before I ever found out about the foundation crocheting too. So, yes, and it's one of those things they call game changer. Yeah. You hold your crochet differently than I do. Yeah, everybody holds their crochet hook, what is comfortable for them. I hold mine like a pencil, kind of, and that's how I do it. Everybody holds their thread for their tension and how they keep their tension and whatever differently than others. So that is just however you are accustomed to. Some hold their hook like this. I know that's just how I hold mine and work. But yeah, that's all personal preference when it comes to how you hold your hook and how you hold your yarn end there. Some have that little ring thing that they put their yarn through to help with keeping their tension, but all different ways of doing that. So now I'm just going to chat and work on this until I get to a width that I think I am going to use. I have no idea when it looks like, okay, that's a good width, because I think mine will probably, I will probably work it so that it is like a child size Afghan, because I will probably be giving it to charity. So it'll either be child size or like a lap size for like someone in nursing home or a veteran in a wheelchair, that type of thing, because that is where I seem to give most of my charity items. Back listening and out caring for flowers. All right. Yeah, my husband's been really good about watering mine while he's watering all the grass seed that we have right now. So that has been a good help. That is good to know. I thought I was holding it wrong for a moment. Nope, there is no wrong way to hold your hook. But this works up, like I said, once you get used to this, it works up really quickly. And especially if you're using bulky weight. Bulky weight yarn and a bigger hook. Not as tedious as something smaller. But like I said, you can use whatever yarn you want for this crochet stitch of the week. And it will be done in row form, not in any, like granny square or block form that you have to put together later. Okay. Keep it simple. But interesting. But see, I think you can see a little more of that and how neat that ends up coming out doing that way. And very easy to find your first row when you're ready to do your next stitch that way, which of course I'm using bulky yarn, so it would be easier to see, and a larger crochet hook. So yeah, if you're using smaller, you're not gonna, see through as well. Yours may be a little bit more denser, but that's a good way. And see the bottom, how that is a really neat finish on the bottom of your work there, doing it this way. Do you have wind chimes outside? Are you hearing them? Yes, I do. If it gets to be too noisy or too windy, let me know and I will close the door. But right now I have the door open, and yes, they are located right outside my door. Oh. You can probably sometimes hear when the air conditioner kicks on to the house too, because sometimes that can be rather loud when it kicks on, because that's kind of straight across from the door when I have it open. Not right next to the door, but it is straight across, and it can be loud. No, it sounds lovely. Yes, I love the sound of that, and the birds that will say, except it sounded like a bunch of birds having a fight the other day, and I thought, goodness gracious, what is going on? But most of the time it's really nice being able to hear the wind chimes and the sounds of nature and everything while I sit in here and work and do my whatever stitching I'm working on that day or that hour. Love the sound of wind chimes. Yes. I would love to. In an Amish country, they do have a place that makes the ones that they, kind of play a specific, what would you call it, song or whatever when it hits them. But I love them. I've looked at them. I've been tempted, but just a little bit on the pricey end. So I haven't invested in any of those yet, but always very tempted to. Some of you may know what I'm referring to, because I'm sure they have them all over, but that's where I've run across them the most. That is amazing. I always have to use a hook 2 sizes larger to make the chain and switch to the size called for to make the rows. I have tension issues and twisting the foundation chain. Yes, that's why this is when it can be used. Like I said, there are some, sometimes that it can't be used because of the first row of stitches that you're going to be doing, but a lot of times you can adapt and adjust it, and it does keep it from that first row being tight and everything. But you do have to make sure that when you start that you make sure to keep it loose. Don't pull it tight if you do have the tendency to have a tight tension, because you will have problems getting into that stitch also when you're doing that. But we have swallows in our garage and can't close the doors. Oh, that's not nice. Or I guess it could be if you like the swallows. When I finish my cross stitch, I think I will crochet some butterflies. I used to make them all the time and put magnets on the back to put on the fridge. Yes, I have seen those. And I have also, I love to crochet still the doilies with the crochet thread, of course. And I have made butterfly doilies, which I used to have one in my bathroom until someone tipped a hot candle wax all over it, and it's not in the bathroom anymore. And Trace, okay, wait a minute. Stare says, bought my brother 60 wind chimes on his 60th birthday. Oh, that was an awesome gift, Stare. And Tracy says, me too, to Christine. She has a habit of tight tension. I find that most, and especially beginners, will have a problem with a tight tension. It's like grabbing onto that hook. And I say, when I teach crochet, it's always, it's not going to go anywhere. You can, loosen up. And sometimes that helps. But there are a lot of people that have a tight tension. And then there are some that have too loose of a tension too. I don't know why, but mine always seems to be right on when it has that. You have to check your tension for the right scale, for especially if you're doing anything in garments, to make sure that it's going to come out the right size. Mine always seems to be spot on. I'm lucky. I don't know how that is, but I guess I just have the right in between being loose and tight. It's right there where it belongs. But just lucky, not skill. And he hung them all. His neighbors were not amused. That could get a little loud on a windy day, couldn't it, Stare? I have 1, 2, I think about three in my backyard. I have one hanging in here, which in some of my videos, if you see that little brown thing above my head, that's actually the thing for the wind chime in here. I see it once in a while. I think, oh, well, that looks like there's something right above my head, but I'm not going to move it. So it's there. It doesn't bother me. Oh. Okay, I think I missed a little something, but Danielle says, I have brass wind chimes on my front porch and bamboo wind chimes around my patio in the backyard. Yes, love wind chimes. Have to go now. Have fun, everyone. Bye, Gisela. Thank you for popping in. If you get a chance to come back at, around 2 o'clock, do. Well, except no, I won't be able to send you the quilt. Sorry. That would cost a little much in postage to get that to you. Yeah, 60 would be overkill. Love it. At least, because they do have a tendency sometimes those strings get tangled and whatever and break, at least he's got one to replace it. I left this playing, Jean, to get you watch time, but actually now I have to go. If I have to be in chat to win your draw, just take my name out. Well, I won't dig through to take it out, but if we pull it, yeah, I give time for, be there. So if you happen to pop back or whatever, that's fine, but we'll just go on if it doesn't show that you are here. Take care, Gisela, and thank you, Kelly, for being on with us the time that you could. Appreciate it totally, and thank you for leaving it play in the background. Appreciate that. Oops. Why is my, because I'm not plugged in. Okay, I unplug it during the night, and sometimes when I come out, I forget to plug my laptop back in. I'm glad it gives you that notice, so I just didn't go dead all of a sudden. Today would be a bad day for that, but we're plugged in now, so it's just a little darker screen for me to see, but we won't lose the live. And is gotta go, taking great-granddaughter thrift store shopping, teaching her bargain shopping. Oh, awesome. Sounds like fun, Patty G. I'm glad that you did win one of the prizes early on. You have a great day with your granddaughter. Hope you find some great bargains and some great things to go with all the wonderful things that you make in your crafting world. It's a blessing you were giving from upstairs. Yes, most definitely. Patty G, sounds like fun. Have a good time. Yes, have fun. Okay. Then I have to remember where I am here. Turning it this way. Sometimes you forget and want to go back in the top because it's so neat looking that it's like you can, if you're away for a while, you can get confused which direction, which is another reason why it's a good idea to put your little marker in the beginning there and showing which is the right side, because it also, if you happen to pick it up and kind of looking on which way was I working, that will help remind you. That will help remind you. Okay. Looking at the clock again, trying to keep on track of what I'm doing on the giveaways. Now I forgot what I did right there, so we're taking that out a second. It's like, the nice thing about crochet versus knitting, it's easier to correct a mistake, I feel, only because I'm not a great knitter, but easier when you make a mistake to just take that one stitch out and correct it. If I make a mistake in knitting, I have to start all over because I don't know how to do that. It's so frustrating. But I'm going to set that down for a bit because I am going to go ahead. And I think because I have more of the grab bags, we are going to do another drawing for another grab bag right now. And like I said, they all have a pattern in them. New pattern, never been used, and they have some of my favorite types of notions and tools that I use in my stitching life out here in the stitching cottage. So shake it up again. I don't think there's anybody. Got everybody in here. Yep. Just looking to make sure. Mix it with my hand a little, and let's see who we have. We have Nancy from Our Treasured Home. You are the winner of the next one. Congratulations, congratulations. I see you right up there, but to be official, go woohoo, which you are quick. How'd you get that woo in there so quick? Or am I behind? Well, there's a delay over here. That's right. I forget about that. But that's how it was so fast. So yes, you are the winner. I'm going to write your name on another one so that you also get in the drawing for the quilt, and put this one in the envelope so I know who the winner is. Okay, sliding it in there. Over there with the others it goes. And this one goes right up here with the other 3 to be put back in when I do the drawing for the quilt. Woot woot. I like that. Woot woot, says Teresa Louise. Everybody congratulating you, Nancy. Yes. Hey, you're going to be getting a quilt pattern in there, Nancy, and some cool little notions and tools that are used for quilting and stitching. Nice to be a little bit of a surprise when you get it and get to open it up and see, ooh, what did I get? I just thought that was a fun way of doing it. Also doesn't lead to any confusion in the giveaway and how it is done. A really easy way to do it, and that little bit of excitement on receiving it and going, what did I receive? At least that's how I felt about it. I hope that you all find that a fun way of doing it also. Yeah, come through. Every once in a while, when you're crocheting, those of you that crochet a lot, you will get caught on a thread occasionally. It's like, come on through. Don't be stubborn on me. Some threads split more so than others. I try to stay away from those. Who won what? Nancy of Our Treasured Home won one of the grab bags. Charlotte. So I'm quiet again. I have done a lot of crocheting. I actually started crocheting before I started quilting. I started crocheting, let me see, 6th, I think when I was in sixth grade. If I remember correctly. That's a long time to remember back to. But when you have, when I had, excuse me, when I had my graduation pictures taken was when you first started to where it wasn't, the professional, only the one cute professional view, you were able to have pictures taken outside or wherever you wanted, more of that was just kind of starting to get into that thing. So I actually, for some of my graduation pictures, I was working on, imagine a lime green, because my room was in the basement and I wanted to brighten it up. So my mom said I could paint my room whatever color I wanted. So I painted it lime green. I don't think she thought I was going to choose that color, but they let me do it. So I was crocheting a large lime Afghan the size of a bedspread to use on my bed. So in my graduation pictures, I was actually holding that and working on that for some of them because that was my thing way back then. I loved doing it. And so I thought it would be neat to be sitting on the floor with it draped over my lap and actually working on it. So that is in some of my graduation pictures from high school. Mystery grab bags are so much fun. Thank you. So I thought it was a nice way to do it. I have an issue with the edges of my crochet not looking even. Yes, that can happen, and a lot of times that's a tension issue too. Sometimes it's just, a particular stitch that you're using. There are some ways, and unfortunately, I can't show that now, but there is a way of doing what they call an extended, like if you're doing double crochet, you can do an extended double crochet, which will kind of help with keeping that hump on the side that sometimes gets there and everything. And yeah, a lot of people have issues with that in some patterns. I have an issue with that. So it's just a thing you have to work with and learn ways around, and sometimes it can be an alternate way of the starting and ending that will help keep those edges more even. Sometimes it can be an issue of you're going in the wrong stitch in either the beginning or the ending. It will make your edges not even at times, and we don't realize sometimes that we're doing it. But that is an issue to a lot of people. You're not alone on that, Tracy. What an awesome picture idea you had. I'm not sure what you're saying on that, Junebug. Might have lost me, or you might be saying that to somebody else. I'm lost on exactly what you're trying to say in that. Sorry. It's probably something very easy, and it's just not registering with me right now. Thank you, Jean. You are welcome, Tracy. And some of these things, like I say, I should be writing down on my pad. So in future tip demo Tuesdays and whatever, I can go over some of that. Go over some of those things and help with issues that people that I know have commented and let me know. So I've added that also. And if they're, especially in double crochet, I know that there is a way to make that easier to come out even on your edges. And I will jot that down to help with any ideas and tips that I have in a future tip demo Tuesday to help you with that. And anybody else that may be having that issue, a great one to show. I love the chevron pattern, but I cannot get the countdown correctly. And one side is perfectly straight and the other keeps growing. Maybe with maturity, I could do it well. Yeah, and especially if you get interrupted on things that take, counting, it is very easy at times to get off. And it's just, a matter of being able to concentrate and keep it. And sometimes, now I will give a tip on that I have found. And when I teach people that have a problem recognizing the end stitch and the beginning stitch, is to put a marker in it. And that way, when you are at the end stitch on your row crocheting, is take one of your little, which I have some extras laying here someplace. They've got buried under, but just take, when you get to that last stitch and you make it, put a stitch marker right in the top of that end stitch. You will know exactly where to start your stitch. So make sure you take it and put, have one for both ends, and that will help you always know where your beginning stitch is and your end stitch. And that will keep you from increasing or decreasing on either end of your rows, not meaning to, because you didn't recognize and got it in the wrong stitch. I hope that is a good tip and may be able to help some of you that have a problem with that. So that's a great way of knowing exactly when you've gotten to that last stitch and where your beginning stitch is. Also, for any of you that end up crocheting in the round, making hats or anything, that's a great way of knowing where that stitch is when you're going in the round to join to for your next row. You holding your crocheting for your graduation pics. Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. Sometimes it's like, oh, what were we talking about? Excellent tip. Thank you, Tracy. Yeah, that one just came to me because I have taught a lot of crocheting, and that is always one of the things that I include when I'm teaching. I will include some little stitch markers and usually one of the most commonly used size crochet hooks and that type of thing. And that is always a tip because there are many, many, many people that have a problem with knowing, okay, where is that exact end stitch? Where is my beginning stitch? And that's a great way to always know where it is. Of course, you have to remember to put your stitch marker back in it every time, but fantastic. Good tip. I tend to skip steps that I don't mean to do. Bah, ha, ha. I think that's what it says. That little heart's in the way again. I couldn't figure out a way to get rid of it. I wish there was. I searched in everything and all the settings and everything on Zoom and YouTube, and I could not find a way that could keep that heart from coming up. I might have to do a little bit more research, but I did try. I will try again because it is definitely in the way when reading chat. But hopefully at some point I'll get this to the width that I want. Not too quickly, or I can always go back to my other bit to be working on here, my embroidery stitch of the week. If you're reading the chat on your phone, turn your phone sideways. The heart disappears. I'm reading it on my tablet. My eyes are not well enough to read the small screen on my phone, so I use my tablet and not my phone. But thank you, Polly. It's a good idea. And my tablet is turned sideways, so just saying. Okay. Caught up, but I'm trying to count 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Trying to keep up with my schedule, the chat, what I'm doing. Good thing I can multitask. When sewing, if I needed a specific start place, I use a green behind the heart clip or whatever, a green start and red clip to stop. Okay, a green clip to start and a red, yeah, just like the stoplight. Good tip, Stare. I like that. Which, if you can find a green stitch marker and a red one, that would be a great idea to know which one is your start. And, well, it's rather obvious when you're working one way or the other on crochet, but I'm going to lay that down because I am going to go ahead now and I am going to draw for the next and last Over the River and Through the Woods pattern and the micron marker 01 that is used for tracing your embroidery stitching will be included in that. Go ahead and open that up, drop it right in with the pattern real quick, but that is what I am drawing for now. And we will shake it up again. And it is for Shirley. Around to it. Are you still here, Shirley? Also known as Around to it. Let me know if you are still here. If not, we will draw another name, but I'm going to give you time to come up in my chat since there is a delay. I like that. There she is. Yes. Okay. Congratulations, Shirley. You have won the Over the River and Through the Woods. I need to write you on another slip so you also get in the drawing for the quilt. And remember to get with me through my email. Oops, don't fold that one. Just set it over here for now. We will put this one in here so I know who the winner is of that. But give me your mailing address in my email. That will be in the description box below, but it's also in any of my videos. It will be in this one at the end of the live. Oh, the pen's down there. Okay. Oops, we slid off. Congratulations. I hope you enjoy it. She is in Canada. Are you in Canada, Shirley? If you're in Canada, I need to put you back. I need to you are going to win something because you're from Canada, but I cannot mail that to Canada, unfortunately. I am sorry, but you will win something else that has not been determined yet. Thank you for whoever did that. But if you can confirm that, Shirley, I'm sorry. I thought I knew most of the ones that were in another country. If you can confirm that for me, I will draw shortly again for this. But because you are a winner, it just will not be that. You will be receiving something else. You will be receiving something else. Thank you, Brenda. And I'm waiting, watching for, yes, I'm in Canada, no problem. I said, you are a winner and you will receive something else from the ones that are not in the USA. But unfortunately, I'm sorry, I can't mail that one to Canada. Oh, that's too bad. That is so, it's so sad that we can't have the same shipping no matter where it is, so that we don't have to be concerned with, whoops, I'm getting in the wrong place there, that we don't have to be concerned with things like that. And that one split. There we go. Back in the right one. I'm sorry. I apologize, but you're still a winner. And we will shortly draw again for it, but I'm going to wait just a little bit because it was still an official drawing. She's still going to win something. You may have noticed, I didn't mention it, but as I hold it up the correct direction here, well, it doesn't matter. The backside is going to look the same. I'm using a variegated yarn, so it's automatically changing color. It goes from a light green to a dark green to a purple to a pink, but that's what my yarn is. And if I don't have enough, I have one that is purple that I will add in with it. But yeah, I'm not changing and adding different colors. It's a variegated yarn. Good. Yeah, on the other ones, I marked that they were in another country. I don't know why. I guess I knew that at one time. I just forgot. I hope everyone is doing well today and enjoying their day, which it is afternoon here now. Started out morning, but now it is afternoon. It's 12:30 where I am, Eastern Standard Time. And I can tell it's getting a little warmer and muggier outside because it's getting just a tad warmer in here. I think the breeze has died down. We're not hearing my wind chime as much either. Yes, we can still tell Shirley congratulations because she will be receiving something else that is easier to get to her in Canada. So I will still need you to email me and give me your address, Shirley. And those of you that have previously won, don't forget that. It's also nice to, which I'm just going to pick one up again. It's also nice to do it this way because I already have it all in the envelope ready to mail. Just have to address it that way and pop it in the mail. It's ready to go. And the others, believe it or not, will also fit in an envelope that size. The quilt will not. But thank you, Nancy. I'm getting a dry throat for some reason. Maybe it's all the talking I'm doing. You suppose that might have something to do with it? So we will take a drink of cold coffee now. That will help. I'm surprised I haven't had a little visitor in the form of a dog outside my door yet. She usually has come out here once by now. She does a little funny whine bark to be let in, but she's 15 years old and is having issues with her hearing and her eyes. And I don't know if she's getting dementia or what the thing is, but lately she comes out here, barks to be let in, and turns around and runs back to the house. So I'm not sure what that is. My husband's at the door. I can't understand what he's saying, but no. He's looking for, it's funny. I was just talking about her and he's looking for her. And so she can't be far because we have a privacy fence all the way around the backyard. So she's either in the house or in the backyard. She's not lost. But it's funny that just as I was starting to talk about her and that she's, normally would have been out here by now, he's came out to the door asking if she was in here. Mama Hardin says, I'm doing fair to Midland, blessed and waiting for an appointment to have my implant soon. Hope. Thanks for asking, Kim. You are very welcome, Shirley. Very welcome. as I get quiet. Oh, it just turned to the pink. I like when it changes the colors. It's interesting, especially on the other rows, to see how the pattern of the changes in the yarn is going to work out. But we are into the pink now. And we're getting quite wide on there. I'm going to have to pay attention so I don't end up wider than what I want to be. It's like, okay, getting close. Getting close. Okay, Nancy. She says she will be right back. I am going to stand up a minute because if I don't, I just realized I've been sitting here a while. If I don't, I won't be able to stand up. So I'm just going to move the knees a little bit. It's like, make sure that I will be able to stand up later. My watch will tell me when I've been, oh, and it does say, that's funny because now it just said time to get up and move. Oh, I guess I already knew it was going to tell me that, huh? But just do a little stretching of the legs there instead of sitting too long without moving. That's twice it's been coincidence of talking of the same thing and that things happen. I could never hold my crochet hook like that. My hands just refuse. And I don't know. I can't hold mine like, like some others do. It's just comes natural for me that way, but nice and loose and comfortable for me. But yeah, it's funny how watching different people and how they hold their hook. And Rita says, my 2-year-old granddaughter is repeating Jean. It's cute. Oh, that's funny. I wish I could hear that. That is too cute, Rita. Oh, LOL, Rita. Yeah, that is funny. I don't know that I've ever had anyone repeat before. Not that I'm aware of, anyway. Oh, that's cute. In a cute little 2-year-old voice. They have such cute voices at that age. Hello, Millie. Millie is her name. Okay. Hello, Millie. How are you doing today? It's great to have you with us. Are you having fun with Grandma Rita? Hello. She said, getting closer, getting closer. Fun with Grandma. Yep. It is great. Say, we'll hope that Millie will be able to become a quilter and a stitcher and a gardener and shell those peas and snap those beans. Oh, and make awesome chicken and noodles. All that good stuff. Pass it on down. Always fun to pass it on down. Oh, I'm sorry that it made her shy when she heard her name. And be like, oh, I didn't know that person in that thing was going to talk back to me. It's cute because it can be they totally shy. I mean, be happy sitting there looking and watching, but yeah, shy away when they hear their name. It's like, nope, that's a stranger. Always have to remember that even on this type of foundation row, it is going to stretch and get just a little bit wider than what it is. So don't go too wide on your thing for what you want, or you may end up a little wider than what you really want. It shouldn't grow a lot, but it does just a little bit. Little less this way than using, doing your whole chain row first. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and draw for this again. And so this is what the next one that I draw will be receiving. Unless, of course, I draw another one from another country, from Canada or wherever, which there is. I will just say that if I do, there is only one out of the USA winner, by the way. So I should have said that earlier, but yeah, just one. Mama Hardin, you are the winner. You were just here, so go ahead. Make sure that to make it official, you say whippy, yoo-hoo, whatever. I'm here in the chat, so we make it official that you are still here. And Charlotte is asking if I have kids. I have grown kids. I have grandkids. I have great grandkids. So I have two sons. They are 44 and 43. Okay, I'm watching. There she is. She says, whoop, got your whoop. Okay, Mama Hardin, I'm slipping this one in here. Gonna write your name on another slip so that you're in the drawing for the quilt as well. And make sure you do email me with your address so I can get that in the mail to you. Congratulations. Hopefully, if you want to, you'll be able to join us in the quilt along with that. Which you might not, have everything because you're getting it a little, later on getting your pattern in that, but there'll be plenty of time to get what you need and catch up because, of course, the tracing of all the embroidery will be first. So that gives you plenty of time to catch up if you are wanting to do that with us. If not, no problem, just saying. I forgot it's over and see how many more I have to go yet. But I think I'm probably getting close to what I want my width to be on this one. You like how I measure across myself? We'll just do just a few more. Yes, it is a really, really pretty pattern. And like I say, for those that really aren't into embroidery, I mean, you can certainly, change the pattern up, not do the embroidery part, and you could do extra. Oh, I threw it over there now to where I can't reach it, but just a minute. I'm going to pick the one up that's over here. That is mine. But you could certainly do more of these rows where that embroidery sections are and adapt it to come out. You might have to do less of your flying geese, of course, in the border, because there's 2 wide ones here and a narrow one, so that's not going to match up exactly. But it would be very easy to alter if you aren't interested in doing the embroidery section on it. Needed some extra moving anyway. The name of the pattern is Over the River and Through the Woods. It is a crabapple hill pattern, and I do include that in the description box, which you can get it at Amazon. That's where I got mine through. It's still available through there. I'm sure some quilt shops have it. I don't know who or what, so saying that you can get it in. Oh yeah, I'm not putting it in for the one for the quilt, but thank you, Shirley. Yep, I set it off to the side so I don't put it back in, so that I don't put it back in when it comes to the quilt. You are welcome, Danielle. Crabapple. Do you see how I laid that down with my hook still in there? It's like didn't even finish the stitch. But I know what I was doing, so that's all right. Oops, don't go through those both. Wasn't ready for that. Slip, get those back apart. Are you following a crochet pattern or making it up as you go? Making it up as I go, because it is a crochet stitch of the week. So there will be a different stitch each week, and it will be in a row by row format. Of course, you may be doing, I will say how many rows to do of that stitch for the week. To some may alter according, so it comes out in a uniform pattern with the stitches that we will be using. And I will be honest and say, no, I don't have all, 26 or however many stitches chosen yet either. So that will be some type of a mystery for me and a mystery for you, but it will be a different stitch every week. And like I say, it's going to be up, back and forth in a row type thing to make. And you can make it however wide you want, for yours, but it will be an Afghan type sampler then of your stitches. Hope that helps you. Yay, mama, said Charlotte. But I think that I have got it wide enough. I will go back because I will want to. I think I will want to probably end on an even number of stitches. So if I find out I'm on an odd number, I will add to make sure I have an even number. Okay, Cheryl, let me add you. It's as you pop in, I'm writing the names, and you are new, so I don't have your name in there yet. I will add that. So you will be in the drawing for the rest that I have to give away. Cheryl, thank you for asking that. Oops, Mainka. So there you are. You are now in the drawing. In the bucket you go. Which off to the side is my big bucket here with everybody's names in them. Whoops. We knocked something off. I think it was my flashlight. But I am loving the live chat, Jean, just so you know. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate when people let me know that they are enjoying like what I am doing. It helps to know, it's like, okay, am I doing this right? Are people really, enjoying it? Or, and every once in a while it comes up and loses the chat on me. And there is Melody. We will add you to the drawing as well. I don't believe you were in earlier. I don't remember writing your name down and seeing you. So you are dropped into the bucket also, Melody. And there is Denise as well. Yesterday you mentioned using Tula fabric to make the quilt behind you. Are you going to do that in one of these lives? Normally in my lives, whatever I'm working at the time, I will be working on. So I would say that is a good possibility. And it is one that doesn't really use a pattern per se. So it's not that I have to worry about copyright or anything issues on the pattern. So now I have to look at where you're. Oopsie whoopsie. Don't move too fast on me before I get her name down. Okay. I hope that answered your question. There it went to retry again. I hate when it does that. So you are in the drawing also, Denise. But yes, I'm sure I will show the majority of that process as I go along. And like I say, whatever I'm working at the time when I go on live, I will share what I can with people, or, you get a chance to see what I'm working on and get some. And I did say I was going to stop on this. Don't pick it up again, Jean. Before you know it, you'll be way too wide for what you want to go. So set it off to the side so I don't do that. See, can't have idle hands. I just automatically picked it up again. But we've got about an hour to go and my needle just fell out. Oh, nope, I put it in my fabric. That's right. Forgot that I did that. I thought I heard it choop on there, but I will go back to my embroidery stitch of the week instead, so I don't get my crocheting too wide. Glad I caught myself picking that up again. And I'm going to jot that down real quickly too. About the quilt behind me and the Tula pink fabrics is what I'm jotting down, Denise, so I remember that. Jelly roll and charm. There, got it. Which, yeah, I always enjoy when you give suggestions or ask, are interested in seeing something, because that does help on my tip demo Tuesdays. If it's something that's a little more detailed or whatever, that is when I will include it in a tip demo Tuesday, so I can change my camera angle because that's recorded, not live. So that some of the stuff that needs a little more attention, a little more detail, different camera angle, I can do that. So I can answer any questions or suggestions on stuff that you have for that. Like I say, when it's, that I can show the sewing machine while I'm sewing and whatever, doing a live like this and just holding things up, that is enough to help. And along the way on a quilt along or something like that, that's when I will do it that way. But I will use both ways. And I do love when you ask questions, ask about something, give suggestions, that type of thing. I do always make a note of it. And when I can, and as my schedule allows, I will add it to that at some point in time. Not always right away, the next one, because there may be something already planned, but at some point in time, I will get around to it for you. What am I making right now? This is just the grid that is for our embroidery stitch of the week. What I was working on earlier is the crochet stitch of the week, which that is the format for this longer version of the live. We will be doing an embroidery stitch of the week for those that like to do embroidery, so they can stitch along and do that. For those that crochet, because it's not just about quilting, it's about all forms of stitching. That is what Kept in Stitches stands for and is about. We will have a crochet stitch of the week. There will also be a block of the month that is quilting, and that will start the first Friday in July. I hope that helps you, Charlotte. Which if you want to watch the replay of there's two previous of this format of lives, that gives that information in the very beginning. You won't have to watch the whole thing to get that, but I do go over what my format is going to be for the Friday, which let me make sure I get it right. It's called the Friday. It's always on Friday from 10 to 2, and it is the Stitch and Chat Quilting Stitching Bee. It's a new version of the old quilting bee, including other forms of stitching, is what the play on the words is there and everything. So, which it actually says, come join me for a spin off the old quilting bee. And I go through what my plans are for this format, having guests on and interviews, things like that. Maybe sometimes it could be, if in the right spot and at the right time and have, Wi-Fi connection, there may be a live tour of a quilt shop, like I did the recorded one the other day when I was at a quilt shop and gave you a little tour of that. That type of thing is how I plan on using this 2-hour live format. I'm playing in the dirt planting irises. I love irises, Teresa Louise. What link to send my info to? I have an email that I use just for YouTube and business, not my private one, that is always listed in the description box. So in any of my videos, you'll be able to find that email address, and that's what you're going to contact me through that. Send me an email. It's not in the description box of this live right now because I always wait until the live is over to add that in there. It's just a safer way of doing it so that those that like to pop into things and get information, it's not available that way then until the end of the live. So you will be able to find it at the end of the live in the description box below, or any of my other videos. It already has that. Hope that answers that question. And okay, we'll wait just a bit yet. Just a bit. But yes, I was out of thread. Have to thread my needle again. Sometimes it's not fun, not fun to thread a needle live all the time because, okay, that's when you have issues, is when you're live. If it can go wrong, it'll go wrong when you're live. Just to show, and I don't have a problem with that. Like I say, nothing that I do on my YouTube channel is ever edited. So what you see is what you get. If something goes wrong, it goes wrong, and which can be a benefit because if it's a mistake, you get to see how I correct that mistake. But I do not edit. So far, so good on the threading the needle. And I'll try and do, because somebody asked about this earlier, I'll try and do it so you can see again how I do my knot. It's just hard to get the needle to actually show up. There we go. But I just lay the thread right across the top of the needle, pinch it with the thumb and index finger. I'm only looping it once around the needle right now. Just kind of slide it down so it's in between those two fingers pinched. Keep it pinched and just slide it all the way down. And you have your nice little knot right on the end. Sometimes I don't like quite the length, so I just cut a little bit off there when a little bit of more thread sticking at the end of the knot than what I like. But that is called a quilter's knot, and that is how I do it. Just how I do it. Many ways of making a knot, but that is how I do it. And it is a very, very consistent knot made that way. And I'm going back to doing my back stitch on the embroidery now because I have finished my foundation single crochet row on my crochet. So I won't be picking that up again until next week when we go on to the next stitch of the week for the crochet. Nothing like having to add more spaces to put, okay, what we are working on everything in here so I don't lose it and misplace it and go, okay. But I shouldn't have a problem because, as you all know, I am OCD with organization. I get 4 to 6 needles and thread them all. That way I don't have to go stop and thread. That is what I do also, Polly. I usually have, five to 6 needles threaded so that I don't have to stop and thread the needles. Didn't do that this morning in advance, so yeah. Which I guess was okay because this way when asked I was able to show how I do my knot when it was asked. Thumbs up. Thank you, Mama Harden. Okay, it doesn't show that on that one. I'm sorry. I was just comparing screens there for a minute and what it actually showed. Sometimes I can get a confused look on my face. It's like, oh, what's going on? Sometimes I can make faces. I try to keep you entertained. Let's just say that. Let's just say that. Also, for you new ones coming on that may be, the word just left me, interested in doing this, on Tuesday's Tip Demo Tuesday, I showed how I prepared the fabric and the grid, if you want to go back and watch that. And also, those of you that are in my Facebook group, it is also made one to post in the files that you could download, print out, do however you wanted. That also showed how I did that and the instructions for preparing that. Find my needle there. I'm truly quiet now. I'm trying to come up with something else to say. I have covered almost, there's a whole lot that hasn't been covered, but I mean, pertaining to what I'm doing today, I've pretty much covered everything and what's coming up. That is the stitch for this week, Tracy. It is the back stitch. It's the stitch of the week, and that is what we're using for going over the grid. And this one, we will not be tracing embroidery stitches onto it. So you are putting your SF 101, the shape flex, on before right away. It would normally be the other way around. You wouldn't be putting it on right away because you would be tracing all of your, design for your embroidery before you put that on. But we will not be tracing. You will be just doing, freehand or marking lines that you want to follow, however you are going, whatever works for you when it comes to the stitch of the week. It won't be something that is pre-drawn that you have to trace on. If that made sense to those of you that embroider. But we do want it on there because it stabilizes your fabric, helps your stitches to stand out better on the top of your fabric, look better on the front, and your stitches will not show through to the front of your work by using that. That is the reason for using the stabilizer on the back. And the SF 101, which is called Shape Flex, is a very nice, soft, not thick, fusible stabilizer that works well for embroidery work and that type of thing. Doesn't mess with your needle, isn't hard to get your needle through. No worries about gumming up any needle or anything like that. Always forget about the stabilizer. Yep. It makes a difference. You don't have to use a stabilizer, but it does make a difference and helps make your embroidery work look nicer, crisper, that type of thing. And of course, especially if you're using a white fabric or something, yep, it keeps those stitches that, I mean, you can't have them completely the same on the back as you do on the front, and you're going to have knots, and that way they do not show through to the front of your work once you are done. And because you're usually mounting it in some way or putting something on the back, you don't have to worry. They won't be showing on the back either once you do that. Which this one, there are two of these. You have to make two this size. Once they are done, they will be put back to where you won't see the back side, and it's intended to be folded into a book form that way, and then you can add a cover and whatever, and you have a little book sampler of your embroidery stitches. Which is just a cute way of keeping it and having a neat little thing. Of course, you can finish and do with yours whatever you want, but that is how I will be doing this one and showing how to do that. And Tracy says, I haven't done a whole lot of embroidery. I just recently learned how to cross stitch. Well, it is fun. Cross stitch is also fun, which some people, when they say cross stitch, I think of the stamped cross stitch. Counted cross stitch is different than stamped cross stitch. Uses, X's, but I'm used to them being referred as two separate things just me. Not that, people refer to it both ways. But sometimes when people say cross stitch, just saying cross stitch, they will be referring to the stamped cross stitch. And counted cross stitches using a different type of fabric and actually counting. I want to learn hand dagger. I have all the supplies, watching videos, but I haven't given it a try yet. Yes, I have an aunt that does beautiful, beautiful hard danger work. And I wish, while I was still living in that area, which is Minnesota, that I had learned that from her, or on one of my visits back, because I normally am able to pick up things quite quickly, and I'm sure that, in an hour or two visiting with her, she probably could have had the basics down to where I could have taken it from there and gone on, because I love the look of hardanger work. And our Nancy says, I love to cross stitch, just need a magnifying glass. Yeah, or maybe you need a bigger stitch count on your fabric if you're doing counted cross stitch, or a bigger stamped one to work on. We all have get to where we have issues with either our hands or our eyes, but which I have two forms of arth well, probably three, but I have psoriatic arthritis, which does really, really affect the hands. And I haven't stopped. Yeah, I won't say I'm not in pain while I'm doing hand stitching, but I continue to do it because I believe that it in itself is a form of therapy to help keep my hands as limber as they can be with that and still working and exercise them and a therapy for them. So I suffer with the pain to keep them working as well as they can, I guess is what I will say. And I love my handwork and don't want to give it up. So until it comes to the point that I absolutely cannot do it, I will continue to do it. Tracy says, me too, Nancy. I get dizzy switching from magnifying and my regular glasses. Yes. Mama Hardin says, amen. Um, yeah, when I had cataract surgery, you start off because it's like, ooh, I can see, and you just need, the reading glasses or whatever for the work. Well, I got tired of up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, and especially being in the grocery store, it's like back up, down, up, down. So I said, no, just just give me bifocals, trifocals, whatever I need. So it's one pair of glasses, not switching that up, down, up, down anymore. So I understand that very much, though. It was like, ew. Or then you see right now, you see the little twist. It's probably not going to show up. But there's a little twist in the thread. That's from going back and forth too much, which is natural. And I'm just going to leave it hang and twirl to get that wind out it so it's not doing that twist anymore. And I got to watch the time up there too. But I'm almost to the end of this and ready to turn the corner. Which do have to end at the back and turn and come up to do that, which I'm going to get the first stitch in there just so that I know where I am. When you turn the corner, it's just the same as when you started your stitch. You're going to come up 1/8 of an inch from that corner for your first stitch and go back down and start all over as if you were just first starting your back stitch. Yes, also the brighter the light, the better. And Tracy says, I understand. Tracy, keep taking my glasses off to hold the pattern up close to count. Oh, they have magnifying glasses with a line on it for that also, if you haven't seen those, Nancy. That you put, it's a magnet with a magnet board and it sticks right on it, has a little magnet with a red line on it for the line that you are on and magnifies that. And Polly says, use it or lose it. Yes, handwork hurts the hands, but I'm not ready to give any of it up yet. Yes, that's exactly. Also, the brighter the light. Yeah, I read that. I'm sorry. Exactly, Tracy. But we are going to do another grab bag. So I'm going to reach inside my bucket once again. If anybody wants to do a drum roll, and this is what they will be receiving. Mix it up, shake it in front of you. Mix it up by hand a little, and we have Gladys Paul. She was here earlier, the Confident Quilter. Are you still with us, Gladys? You are the winner. Let me know by commenting in the chat if you are still here. You were here earlier. Let's hope you're still watching. Come on, Gladys. Come on. Pop up. I'm rooting for you that you're still here. Come on, come on. Miss Gladys. Quiet, confident Gladys. Don't be quiet now. Come up in the chat. Say, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. Come on. Let's encourage her on. Everybody yell, Gladys, Gladys. It's you. I guess I don't have to continue holding that up, but I like that. All caps. That is the way we yell in typing. All caps. Come on, Gladys. We're going to give you a little time. Little grace period to show that you're here. I hope she's not mowing. Well, she was mowing the other day, so I hope she got it done because it was really hot. I hope she's not out there in the heat mowing today. I know sometimes you don't have a choice because mowing has to get done, but we'll hope she's not out there in the heat mowing today. Come on. Come on. Pop up there. Come on, Gladys. Are you across the room? I know she watches diligently. Are you across the room? Cutting fabric or pressing? Come in from wherever you are. I just saw the whole thing. What I read in my notes before, right on the thing right below my picture on here. That's a little funny. Come on, Gladys. We're going to give her a little bit more time because she was here and she's always here. I'm trying to think what time it is. Her time. I'm thinking she might be an hour behind me. She may be eating or fixing her lunch. Or out to lunch. I think she's an hour behind anyway. I'm thinking Texas is Central Time. Come on, Gladys. No. Be here. Be here, be here, be here. How much time have we given her? I'm going to give her until my clock says 20 after. Then we'll have to go on and draw another one. It's 12:21. Yep. She's an hour behind me. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. And so she could be having lunch or fixing lunch. Come out, wherever you are. Yes, come on. Just a little bit more time, Gladys. Come on. Yes, it is Central Standard Time. Thank you all. Come on. One fold. Hand going slowly down. Setting you over there. Picking up the bucket. You see how I'm doing that slowly? It's like, come on, Gladys. You just had to step out or whatever just at the wrong time. I hate that happens, but shake, 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 shake. If she shows up before I get my hand out of this bucket, she's still the winner. But we gave a good little time there. So I'm mixing these up with my hand also. And pulling the next. She may be dealing with the dog or cat also, yes. Debbie Williams. Are you still here, Debbie? Oh, Debbie, my partner in crime. Are you still on here? You were here earlier, have been here in the chat. There she is. Yep. Okay, Debbie Williams, you are the winner. And I'm going to set that aside, write it down again. You don't have to give me your address, Debbie. I will hand deliver that to you. Oh. For those of you that don't know, Debbie is one of the ones who lives close by and is here every week on Thursdays. Whoops. Yeah, this one goes in here, so I know who it goes to. It's one of the ones that is here every week with me on, well, most Thursdays. Also the one that was with at the quilt shop that we went to yesterday. So that is Debbie Williams, for those of you that do not know. Congratulations, Debbie. Sorry, Gladys. But that didn't sound good for Debbie, but she knows what I mean. She would have still been in there for the next one, and who knows, but don't winner chicken dinner. Congratulations. Kathy M. Are you new? Did you just pop in there? I don't remember seeing your name. I don't know what IMA stands for. Did I make it into the drawings? Didn't see that as took phone call. You will be. I didn't see you. I still have more to go. So your name is getting in there right now, Kathy. I still have a couple to go. You are in the bucket. In the big bucket that normally holds my snacks. Yeah, I know you are. You see her in the chat too, Debbie. It'll work out just about right. One more and the grand prize of the quilt to go yet, which everybody will be entered into that except for those not living in the United States, of course. It will be costly enough to mail within the United States without trying to mail it outside of the United States. And before you ask, as I held it up earlier, it is a lap size quilt. I don't usually catch live as it is so early here, but been watching your channel since the beginning. Well, how did I miss you, Kathy? You should have spoken up earlier. But there is still, I mean, you still have a chance to win. So I'm sorry if I missed you earlier. Where are you from, Kathy? There's Kathy from Kathy's Quilts and Crafts. Where have you been all day, Kathy? Just saying. Ask another Kathy a question, and up comes the other Kathy. Maybe she heard us calling for, just woke up. Oh, I wish I could say that. I maybe got an hour and a half instead of my normal hour last night. Oh. Now I have to watch for something. I'm Pacific Northwest, but mornings are busy in the mornings. Okay. This may be a dumb question, but by Pacific Northwest, you do mean the USA, though, correct? Oops. Oh, it's 10:30. I just unthreaded my needle and it's my scissors. Little frayed edge there, so I always clip it at the angle so it makes it easier to rethread the needle as well. Okay, that answered that question, Kathy. Doot, 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 doot. Notification for something popped up. Sorry. I had the sound and everything turned off on. Whoops. Oh, we did get it. Thought it missed threading it. I'll have to click that out of my way if I can find where my mouse went to so I can see. I usually get most of those turned off. Once in a while, one slips through. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I think I'm going to put the stitching down now for a while. Try and think of some things to chat or show. I've on the last of the outer section there, and then I have all the grid to do yet. So, but I'm going to set that aside for a while. Move my stuff out of the way. I have all those up there to be put back in for the, and get my clips on from underneath there, and the bucket would sit better. But these need to go back in there. That one is the one that is off to the side. Yes, off to the side. Okay, got them ready there. So everyone's still saying hello and congratulations in the chat. Lay my book down. I did lay these over just because I was working on this part. For those of you that haven't seen and know that I've been working on the quilt Long Time Gone back there, I thought if I ran out of things to say, I would share this. So I did finish the flying geese sections that finish at 1x3. But there is that one section that had to be done. There was 3 parts to this section. out of the little flying geese units. That's the other one. And then there is also this one. So I got all 3 of those sections done. I am down to where there are only 2 sections left. But of course, as any of you following along know, there is never a quick and easy section to this quilt. So the next one is 60-degree triangles, and I need to make 30 of those, which that is the next section on them. And they will finish at 2 inches, which of course with 3 pieces in that 2 inches. So the pieces are still going to be small to work with. And then after those are done, there's just one other section to make. But of course, surprise, surprise, when you turn it, that is to make 16 paper pieced pineapple blocks that have 37 rounds in them, 1 inches. Cut 1 inches, finish at 3/4 inches. And I have all 16 of them printed out, ready to go. And so that is what is coming up in that, and we'll be working on during some of the lives and that, as I normally do. So, but thought I would go ahead and share that with you, since most of you are used to seeing that. Thank you, Kathy. I've really enjoyed watching your updates for Long Time Gone. I haven't made that pattern yet. Well, let's put it this way. I will only be making it once. I'm really enjoying it. I must say that. But it will not be one that I make more than one quilt of. I did, but I ended up getting the wrong pattern stair, so I can't show it, because when I got home and took it out of the bag, I realized somehow, I don't know if they had mixed in with the wrong one, because when I looked at it and was pulling it, it was the pattern I wanted, but it's not the pattern that I ended up getting my hands on. So I don't have the one, but if you watch the tour of it, it was the one that was in the rocking chair. It was draped over the rocking chair, and it had the chicken pillow on the front of it. That is the pattern I wanted, which was a form of trip around the world using little 1-inch squares. And I was really, really liked it. And that's what I intended to buy. What I got was not that one. It is a different one by Laundry Basket Quilts. And I don't even know right now where I put it. I can't remember where I put the one I got by mistake, but it is not one that I was interested in at all. Let's just put it that way. It's a beautiful pattern, but not what I was wanting. And when I went to their website then, and it wasn't their fault, it was my fault. A little surprising maybe that when I was checked out and they put it in the bag, that they maybe didn't catch and say, oh, well, that's not the one you wanted, but that's okay. It was totally my fault, not theirs. But I did go to the website to find if they, had it on their website. They did. But when I put it in my cart and to check out, it was $9.50 to be shipped. And it's like, no, I'm not paying $9.50 for a $12 pattern to be shipped to me when I already paid $12 for the other pattern. So that would be $24 plus $9.50. It's like, no, it's not that I was ready to start making it or anything anytime soon. So I will wait and hopefully come across the pattern sometime when I'm out again, or maybe they will still have it the next time I go to that shop. But that's just a little bit more than I'm willing to pay in shipping for a little pattern. Yeah. Hate when that happens. I'm going to trade trade my fingers in for new models. That's funny, Kathy. And Christine says, be right back. The phone. Okay. Yeah, 1 inch. But it was beautiful. I mean, I really loved the fabrics that it was made in. And I'm sure they may have had, because Laundry Basket Quilts does put, and I could go to her website too, because they do put out kits. I'm not one to buy kits because I have so much fabric. And a lot of the fabrics that I've been using in long time gone would have also worked in that one and still looked totally different than this one, just by some of them and throwing out the others and throwing a mixture of, I have plenty of fabrics to throw in to make it lighter and brighter than what the long time gone is going to be. But yeah. But yeah, that was a little disappointing. Debbie can, attest to. I was a little, oh no, that's not the pattern I wanted. How did I get that one in there? But it was like, I was excited, and who knows, I may have, sometimes I've been known to go off schedule and start working on something else when I shouldn't and should be finishing what I'm working on. But we all, I think, have a tendency to do that from time to time, except for those that are really, really dedicated and can work on only one project at a time. I've never been able to do that. My UFO inventory list would not be as large as it is if I could just work on one project at a time. I do try and stress that to, my students that I teach, don't end up like me, try and finish those projects instead of continuing on to, yeah, I think you're probably saying way beyond your experience level for sure. It's like, I could do it. It's just not one that I want to do. So yeah, that's what was disappointing. And I do have other patterns similar to the one that I picked up. So that was also a reason why I was disappointed. But yeah, I was a little surprised when I looked at it and I'm going, that's not the pattern I was intending to get, which I wish I remembered where it was. I would show you what I got instead, but I really don't remember right now where I placed it. I know it's probably just a close by, but I'm not setting my eye on it either. But sorry, I would share it with you if I could. But seems like when you teach, you end up with more UFOs. Yes, or some of the things like in one of the beginner ones that I do, it's usually the same quilt because it's like Quilting 101. So it takes you through beginning to end, actually having a completely finished quilt, learning how to fold your fabric correctly for squaring it up before you cut, how to cut your fabric, how to do half square triangles with different methods, that type of thing. Yeah, a lot of things in it. And then, of course, sewing your blocks together, go through a little fabric selection even on it, because it was usually a field trip to a quilt shop, helping them choose fabrics, that type of thing, completely helping from beginning to end. So you have a completed quilt when you are finished. And that one, because I have taught that, quilt more than once, and you have to have the steps as you go along when you're teaching. I have multiple ones of that same quilt, but it is a nice quilt. And I have some of them I have machine quilted, some I have hand quilted. I have one that is still in the hand quilting process, and of course use different fabrics with them all, and it can just go in my charity stack to donate to charity. Oh, it was just the pattern, and it was $9.50 to ship it. It wasn't a kit. No, it was not a kit. It was just the pattern, Kathy. Yeah, if it had been $9.50 shipping on a kit, that would be, a little bit more understandable, but not for just a little, that would fit. It would fit in a smaller envelope than this. Well, maybe the same size, but could be smaller than this. So $9.50 was a little steep for that, I thought. Or orphan blocks, yes, have a lot of those also. Yes, yes. Which one of the things, and I keep talking about charity, but you when you have been quilting for 37 years, you have a lot already, but you still can, love to do things and everything. And you end up in blocks of the month and stuff like that. And then it's like, okay, now what am I going to do with this? And you have orphan blocks. And what I like to do with orphan blocks, because you can have different sizes in your orphan blocks, sash them in a way or add smaller blocks to the side that will come out equaling, the largest size block that you have in it. And it can be a mismatch of anything and still come out looking, in a beautiful quilt. But what I like to do with those is I will quilt those up and collect from other people orphan blocks, and I donate to the homeless and make quilts for the homeless doing out of orphan blocks. Yes, that's what I thought. $9.50 for a pattern to be shipped was too much, especially when the pattern's only $12. It's like, yeah, almost paying as much in shipping as you are for the pattern. That was just too much. Wasn't willing to go that way. If it had been one that I really, 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 really wanted, I might have considered it, but nope, that wasn't, and I have plenty to do. It wasn't something that I knew I was wanting to start right away. So nope, passed on that. But we are going to, because it's getting close, this is the last of the grab bags that I have left. So we are going to draw for this one, and then shortly after we'll be drawing for the grand prize. If it was their error, I might, but it was my error. I mean, I totally admit it was my error, not theirs. So, and who knows, if I contacted them, they might do something, but it's not that important in the scheme of things in the world. So I'm okay. Just learn to make sure you're getting what you think you're getting before you lay it down at the counter and get checked out. But I am going to draw for this grab bag now. And everybody's, make sure there hasn't anybody new come in that I wasn't aware of in the meantime. By now, I'm sure if there was, somebody else would. I know, I thought about that, but that's not why I did it. It's like, no, I don't expect something for, giving out a tour of their other quilt shop. So, but I'm mixing. And the winner for this one is Deb Somerville. Deb, are you still here? Deb Somerville. There's more than one Deb in here. This is Deb Somerville. You've won the last of the grab bags. Are you here? Let us know in the chat, please, that you are still here. Hopefully you're still here, because you're always in the chat also. A great follower. Woohoo! There she is. Quick. So you are the winner, Deb. And I'm writing your name on another piece of paper so you are in for the grand prize as well. Congratulations. There you are. This one I'm slipping in here. And again, the winners will contact me through my email. That will be and always is in the description box of all my videos. Will be at the end of this one. As I toss, and my chair's gotten full, so now they're sliding onto the floor right below there, but there is nothing breakable in them, luckily. Okay. So now those of you that won previously, your names are going back into the bucket so that you are eligible for the drawing of the quilt. Of course, there are a couple of you still from Canada that are in the bucket. If I draw your name, there was only one winner for the outside the USA. Sorry. Just so you know, I'll have to set it to the side if I by chance, and of course that's what will happen now, if I by chance draw your name now. But just so we have that straight before we get to that. But I have a totally dry throat. Do you think 4 hours of talking will do that to you? Maybe that's it. Oh, my husband would probably love it if I lost my voice during this 4 hours. Just saying. Or not, just a little joke there. Oh, yeah. My husband is losing his voice. Sad to say. So I probably shouldn't joke about that. But we have to joke in life also and keep things on the upbeat, even when maybe some things may not be so upbeat at the time. But yes, I am done. I'm done with working on anything right now, though. I'm setting that all aside, and we're just, because we're getting close to the 2 o'clock time. I gotta wait for that heart to get out of the way. There we go. I used to lose my voice at spring and fall. Season changes, and hubby razzed me to no end. Oh, and Lori says, my buddies have almost cleaned the house. They are coming back later with dinner to play cards. Happy. Oh, I love that, Lori. My grandchildren do not live anywhere close, so I do not get the benefit of being able to spend time with them. So those of you that are able to, cherish that time because it is precious. Precious, precious, precious. Laughter, one of the best forms of therapy. Yes, it is. It is, Danielle. I agree. It doesn't help to mope around or be down about something. It's part of life. You adapt and you go on, and be cheerful and thankful for what you do have. And I am very, very blessed, and I will be the first to admit that. Very blessed. Amen. Thank you, Nancy. Oh, it's funny how I play around with things on my desk. Debbie and I were chatting late last night, and I have, my 3, which we will show you, my 3 pans that I use in my planning. Okay, we have as close as I could get to yellow, and the pink, of course, and the turquoise, because those are my colors out here. And in my planner and scheduler, they each, mean something else. Well, of course, being me, I couldn't lay them on my desk, which you won't, I'll try and lay back here. I couldn't just lay them down like this on my desk, okay? That would be too easy. So I'm spreading them out and laying them so they're, going like that, because I don't know. Just because I can't have anything laying straight. It has to be angled and pretty and whatever in some form. But it was kind of funny when I realized I kept spreading them out every time I picked one up, so that they weren't just plopped and laying funny on the desk. Congratulations, Deb. Yes. And Teresa Louise would love it if you'd all come clean my house. I'd even make tea and lunch for you. Wow, wouldn't that be awesome, Teresa? If I lived closer, I would take you up on that. Maybe not cleaning. I love to organize other people's stuff. But not so much the cleaning end. But Glenda, hello. Well, you popped in just in time there, didn't you, for our grand prize drawing? Let me get you on a piece of paper and entered into that. Oops. Put a K on the end instead of an H. So I have you in the drawing, Glenda. We see you often. And Christine says, I am thankful for my grands are nearby. When I think, okay, COVID happened and they went online for school, they came to stay with me for 3 months, went home on weekend, told people their grandma can cook anything from scratch. Oh, yeah, that's awesome. And Glenda says she loved my quilt shop video. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad, I mean, I always ask beforehand, anytime I have an opportunity to share, like a quilt show or anything, I always ask because there are some things that no, they don't like videoed. Most quilt shops do not mind because you're not on anything. I'm not standing there on one thing so you can copy down the quilt sample that they have. I move along, and that type of thing. But most are very accommodating and appreciate when you are willing to share their quilt shops with you if you are, somebody that is doing something on Facebook Live or YouTube, that type of thing. It's a great way to get their name out there and everything too. So I enjoy doing that and sharing when I can. I would love to be able to do it live, but there's not always, a connection available to do that. So they're usually recorded, but yes, you missed the previous. This is my giveaway for reaching the 500, which was announced in the last live, and I think one of the other videos. But yes, all the smaller giveaways have been given away. We're on because I end at 2. We are on the grand prize drawing, which I will show it again just because it's laying over quick. But the grand prize is upside down, which I have shown previously in other videos, is this quilt, which is a lap size quilt. It has applique on it, and that is the back. It was actually quilted on not on my long arm, on my domestic machine, because I did not heavily quilted and because I had to do the blanket stitch because it's raw edge applique, and did some around that. I did it on my domestic machine instead of the long arm. But that is the grand prize that we are going to draw for right now. So yes, I actually reached, which before, we'll give a little longer drum roll. I actually reached the 500 on June 13th, which was my birthday, one day before my 4-month anniversary of being on YouTube. So, and this morning, and I haven't checked since, but this morning I was at 530 subscribers. So, very pretty. Glenda says, Jean, that is beautiful. I would be thrilled to own a quilt you made. Anyone would be. Which the story behind this one was actually a pattern of somebody else's, because I do test patterns as well. And this was one that someone that I know designed, and I was the tester for her pattern. So that is how that one came about. And we have the winner, which I don't believe this, but it's Debbie Williams. And you saw I put those in there and really shook, but it's Debbie Williams who's doing the drum roll. You are the winner of the quilt. Well, that saved on shipping, didn't it? Since I will be able to hand deliver that to her as well. Well, we know you're here, Debbie, but say you're here again, even though you were doing the drum roll, just so we know you didn't step out. Say you're here, Debbie. I know you hear me, but to make it official, there she is. I'm here. You are the winner of the quilt. Congratulations. That is too funny. Too funny. Now I don't have to worry about finding a box, or lightweight box, or a big enough envelope that fits in. But yes, no, I mean, all came out of the same bucket. They're totally coincidence, but that is great. But I do again want to thank you all for being with me. I hope that those of you that are doing the embroidery stitch of the week enjoyed being able to see that done, and those of you that are doing the crochet stitch of the week enjoyed seeing that portion. Like I said, next week will be also, in addition to the next, embroidery stitch of the week and crochet stitch of the week, we will also have the block of the month on next week's. So, and who knows what else? We never know what may pop up and what may be planned, what special guest or what may happen, because my schedule is not set. So can always have some mystery thing or whatever popping up that do not know about. Have to plop that up just a little bit, was having hard seeing, but you are welcome to everyone. Is it a mystery block of the month? Well, I guess you could call it a mystery block of the month, because no, you will not know what the blocks are in advance. So I guess it would be called a mystery block of the month, because I don't even know what all the blocks are going to be yet. So each month there will be a block. They will all be the same size. I will say that. So yes, it will be a mystery block of the month. Thank you. Thank you to those saying congratulations on the 500. And Susan will be following along no matter when you're back on. Well, my schedule for going live is Monday mornings at 11 to noon. And that's just an hour one. And that's just an informal stitch and chat. I'll be working on something and just chatting, that type of thing. And then I go live at this time every Friday from 2 to 4 in the beginning of my videos, I go over what the format is for this. It is a structured format. There is plans for it and things going on. It's not just chatting and whatever. There will be special guests that time, interviews, that time of thing, collaborations with other quilters at times, things like that. So things to be informative, always give you something to hopefully a tip or a demo, learn something, maybe see something done a different way than what you have seen before, and help grow your love of quilting and stitching and that type of thing. Always, voluntary. Nobody has to follow along in anything I do. You're welcome to just come and sit and watch, lurk, whatever you want to do. But that is what this is. So thank you, everyone. It is, I've got 1 minute to 2. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you have enjoyed today. Thank all of you for being great supporters. I appreciate it very, very much. If you haven't given the thumbs up yet, please give the thumbs up before you go out. I would appreciate it. It helps. And if you'd like to leave a comment in the regular comment section after the live is over at any time, that's also appreciated very much. If you come up with a question you didn't think of while we're on here, leave that in the comments also. So thank you all. Have a great rest of your day, and I will see you again very soon. And of course, in the meantime, I can keep you in stitches. Bye-bye, everyone.